Chapter 121. The Heartbreak Tao? In this world, running into the exact person you're trying to avoid is practically guaranteed. It's like some cosmic law: the more you don't want to see someone, the more likely they are to appear right behind you. For a moment, I considered pretending I hadn't actually heard anything, but that would probably just make things worse. Turning around slowly, I came face to face with Wu Lihua. If anything, she was even more breathtaking than before. She stood there in her purple core disciple robes. Her long black hair caught the late afternoon light, creating an almost hypnotic effect as it shifted in the gentle breeze. Those eyes with their hints of golden light fixed on me with an intensity that would have been flattering if it wasn't so terrifying. As for the aura rolling off her, it was impressive, to say the least. Elemental realm. Well, that explained why she'd stopped following me around. She must have been busy breaking through. The pressure of her chi alone made the air feel heavier, like being underwater but without the wet part. Some part of me had hoped that after reaching the elemental realm, Wu Lihua would be too busy to remember the existence of a mere outer disciple. Apparently, cultivation realm advancement didn't cure obsession. Senior sister. I bowed with exactly the right degree of respect. Not too shallow to offend. Not too deep to suggest familiarity. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the elemental realm. Her smile was gentle, but I knew better than to trust it. Jade beauties with that particular expression usually preceded either a marriage proposal or an assassination attempt. Sometimes both. You left the sect for a few weeks, Wu Lihua said, her tone carrying just a hint of reproach. Without even saying goodbye. I blinked at that. We'd had maybe one or two conversations where she'd watched me practice, made some vaguely suggestive comments that caused my cultivation novel danger sense to go into overdrive. Since when did that create a social obligation to inform her of my travel plans? It was an unexpected journey, I replied diplomatically. An opportunity arose, and I had to act quickly. Calculating sincerity levels, Azure chimed in. Results suggest even a rock would doubt that statement. Through our soul bond, I felt YGGY stirring restlessly. The vine had picked up on my unease, and I got the distinct impression it was ready to burst out and wrap Wu Lihua in a cocoon of angry plant matter if needed. While the mental image was satisfying, I doubted it would improve the situation. I see you visited the core disciple quarters, Wu Lihua continued, her head tilting slightly. But you didn't come to say hello. Oh right, because obviously my first priority after sparring with a stone guardian should have been to track down the cultivation world equivalent of a stalker. I wondered if there was a polite way to point out that we weren't actually friends, or even particularly well acquainted. I was focused on training, I said instead. It must have slipped my mind. Of course. She nodded as though this made perfect sense, though her eyes suggested otherwise. Speaking of training, Chi Condensation Stage 6. Breaking through 3 subrealms is quite impressive progress to make over a month. The way she said it made it sound simultaneously like high praise and a subtle threat. I was beginning to understand why young masters in cultivation novels always seem to develop persecution complexes. When every conversation felt like walking through a minefield, paranoia started to look remarkably sensible. I shrugged, keeping my expression humble. Just got lucky with a few minor breakthroughs. Nothing compared to entering the elemental realm. This junior offers his sincere congratulations on senior sister's advancement. She hummed thoughtfully, and somehow even that simple sound was melodious. Wu Kongming has shown surprising talent recently. His progress has been unexpected. I nodded enthusiastically at the mention of her ex-fiancé. Yes, let's talk about him instead. Such an interesting topic, that Wu Kongming. So much more worthy of attention than little old me. His sword arts are quite remarkable, I agreed. That Azure Edge technique he used against Zhou was particularly impressive. Come on, take the bait. Go obsess over the guy who actually wants your attention. Indeed. Her golden eyes fixed on me with an intensity that made me want to activate Blink Step and disappear over the horizon. It makes one wonder which of you is more worthy of attention. I blinked, then blinked again. Surely I had misheard that. I? What? There seems to be only one way to properly evaluate this, she continued, her smile taking on an edge that sent warning bells ringing through my mind. You and Wu Kongming will have to fight at the tournament. Then I'll know which one truly deserves my consideration. For a moment, I just stood there, trying to process the layers of wrong in that statement. Was she seriously trying to set up a battle between two outer disciples like we were competing for some dating show? Senior sister, I said carefully. I think there may be a misunderstanding. I have absolutely no interest in... I paused, searching for a diplomatic way to say, please stop stalking me. That wouldn't get me killed. That is to say, Wu Kongming clearly still cares for you. Any competition between us would be inappropriate. Find this and other great novels on the author's preferred platform. Support original creators. You're too modest, junior brother, she laughed. But don't worry, everything will be settled soon enough. With that, she turned and walked away, her robes flowing around her like water. Each step left a perfect afterimage, a display of power that was probably meant to be alluring but just made me more concerned about my immediate survival prospects. Well, Azure said after she'd gone, that was completely insane? I suggested. I was going to say problematic, but your assessment works too. YGGY conveyed a series of impressions that roughly translated to, that Two Legs has more thorns than sense, along with something that seemed suspiciously like a suggestion that she wasn't actually that pretty by Vine standards. I don't think human and Vine beauty standards are quite comparable, I thought back with a smile. But I appreciate the sentiment. As I headed back toward the outer disciple area, I couldn't help but feel that something about this whole situation felt off. Why was someone who had just broken through to the elemental realm playing these games with outer disciples? Shouldn't she be focused on stabilizing her cultivation or pursuing greater achievements? Where were all the inner disciples and core disciples who would normally be competing for her attention? Unless, perhaps she enjoys the drama, Azure suggested. Or maybe she's bored. Cultivators often develop eccentric hobbies after breakthroughs. Azure, what do we know about cultivation methods that require emotional energy? There are several documented cases of techniques that draw power from strong emotions, particularly love, hatred, and regret. The Heartbreak Dao is perhaps the most infamous. Right? I nodded. And what better way to gather that energy than by manipulating people's feelings? Setting up love triangles, creating dramatic confrontations. It was just a theory, but it would explain her strange behavior and her insane cultivation progress. Perhaps her cultivation method required her to generate intense emotions in others, and Wu Kongming's lingering feelings made him and anyone she could connect to him perfect targets. It made me wonder what her inner world looked like. That does sound more likely than her being attracted to you, Master. Thanks. Through our soul bond, YGGY sent another impression. Something that roughly translated to crazy lady needs more sunlight. Coming from a plant, that was probably the harshest criticism possible. Couldn't help but laugh at that. You might be right about the sunlight, buddy. Though I don't think that's her main problem. Though whether this was all just a game or part of her cultivation wasn't the issue at the moment. If Wu Lihua had told Wu Kongming that he needed to defeat me to win her back, well, that would end badly. Very badly. We have a protagonist-class cultivator with mysterious sword arts gunning for us, Azure concluded. Wonderful. Shall I start calculating funeral arrangements? Very funny. I paused, considering our options. No, we need to talk to Wu Kongming directly. Clear up this misunderstanding before it turns into a full cultivation novel plot arc. You want to approach the possibly unstable sword cultivator who just killed an inner disciple and tell him you're not interested in his ex-fiancée? The same ex-fiancée who's been showing obvious interest in you. When Azure put it that way, it did sound rather suicidal. But knowing my luck, he's probably already somehow heard about my little chat with Wu Lihua. I looked up to notice the sun painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. Under normal circumstances, it would have been beautiful. Right now, it just reminded me of Wu Lihua's robes, which wasn't helping my mood. When I arrived at the outer disciple region, I spotted a familiar figure waiting near the entrance. Wu Kongming stood with his plain sword at his side, but there was nothing plain about the aura surrounding him. It felt ancient, like standing near a sword that had tasted the blood of emperors. "Well," I muttered, "at least we won't have to look for him." A group of disciples passed between us, then quickly scattered when they felt the tension in the air. One of them actually stumbled in his haste to get away, dropping his sword with a clatter that seemed unnaturally loud in the sudden silence. "Any last-minute advice?" I asked as I walked over to Wu Kongming. "Don't die," Azure suggested. "Really helpful." YGGY sent an impression that basically amounted to "let me fight sword guy," complete with mental images of vines crushing a sword into pieces. "No," I sent back to YGGY. "We need to handle this carefully. Wu Kongming isn't just some opponent we can overwhelm with force. He's got protagonist-grade power now." The Vine's response was decidedly unimpressed, sending images of more elaborate Vine attacks, now including some rather creative uses of explosive seed that I actually made a mental note to try later. "But not now. Definitely not now. Brother Ku'in." Wu Kongming's voice cut through our conversation as I stood before him. "There is something we need to discuss." Chapter 122, Confrontation. I stood before Wu Kongming, trying to find the right words to defuse what was rapidly becoming a classic cultivation novel scenario. "Brother Wu," I said, managing what I hoped was a disarming smile. "I was planning to look for you. There's something I wanted to clarify before any misunderstandings could arise." Wu Kongming's eyes narrowed, his hand resting casually on the plain sword at his side. "Is this about your relationship with my fiancé?" "Ex-fiancé," Azure corrected, though thankfully Wu Kongming couldn't hear that comment. I shook my head. "What relationship?" "That's exactly what I wanted to clear up. I don't have any relationship with senior sister Wu Lihua. I barely know her." I spread my hands in what I hoped conveyed that I'm harmless. "We've had maybe 2 conversations, both of which consisted mainly of me trying to politely excuse myself." Wu Kongming went very still, and for a moment his eyes seemed to lose focus, as if he was listening to something, or someone, that I couldn't hear. I had to suppress a smile. If my theory about him having a Sword Saint's ghost as a mentor was correct, hopefully the ancient spirit was talking some sense into him. Heaven knows these protagonist types needed all the common sense they could get. After what felt like an eternity but was probably only a few seconds, Wu Kongming's eyes refocused. He studied me carefully, and I had the distinct impression I was being evaluated by more than one set of eyes. Finally, he nodded slowly. "I've been watching you both. You don't seem to be lying." I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. "Exactly. Look, I have no interest in getting involved in whatever is happening between you two. I'm just trying to focus on my cultivation and survive long enough to see the next festival season. So there's really no need for any bad blood between us." "I appreciate your honesty." Wu Kongming nodded slowly. "I would prefer to avoid bad blood as well." I felt a surge of relief. Had I actually managed to resolve a potentially deadly misunderstanding by just talking it out? That almost never worked in cultivation novels. Usually, it took at least 3 life-or-death battles and a Jade Beauty's tragic death before anyone started listening to reason. "However," he continued, instantly crushing my hopes, "it doesn't change the reality of our situation. We will fight and I will win." I blinked. "I mean, if we get matched up against each other in the tournament, then sure, we'll fight. That's kind of the point of tournaments. But otherwise, there's really no need dash." He shook his head, cutting me off. "If we don't meet in the tournament, we'll fight after it." "But why?" I asked, trying to process the logic, or rather, the complete lack thereof in that statement. "If you know I'm not interested in Wu Lihua, what's the point? Because defeating you is the only way she'll return to me." I resisted the urge to bang my head against the nearest wall. "That doesn't make any sense. If she's using me to make you jealous or whatever this is, wouldn't fighting me just be playing into her hands?" "You don't understand?" Wu Kongming interrupted, and for the first time, I saw real emotion crack through his carefully maintained facade. "We grew up together. Did you know that? Our families arranged the marriage when we were children, but it wasn't just politics. We were friends first. Best friends. His voice softened, taking on a nostalgic quality that made him sound younger. She wasn't always like this. She used to be kind, honest. She loved helping people, spent hours in her family's herb garden testing different growing techniques. She wanted to be a medicine cultivator. Can you believe that? Through our soul bond, YGGY sent an impression of confusion. The idea of someone choosing not to work with plants seemed to genuinely baffle it. What changed? I asked, though I had a feeling I knew the answer. Wu Kongming's face darkened. She started cultivating. Or rather, she started practicing that specific cultivation technique. What cultivation method does she use? He shook his head. No one knows. One of the sect elders, now her master, gave her a unique method, something she's not allowed to tell anyone about. After that, he trailed off, his hand tightening on his sword hilt. She changed, became obsessed with power, with status. The girl I knew disappeared, replaced by someone who sees people as nothing but tools for advancement. An elder from the Azure Peak sect giving a disciple a cultivation method that aligned more to the demonic Tao. Have you considered that her cultivation method might be the actual problem here? I suggested carefully. There are techniques that feed off emotions, that require the cultivator to manipulate others' feelings to progress. If she was given one of those, this story originates from Royal Road. Ensure the author gets the support they deserve by reading it there. It doesn't matter. He cut me off. I don't care who she is now. I remember who she was. Who she could be again if he could just defeat the right person or gain enough power or prove himself worthy. I could practically fill in the rest of that sentence myself. It was the kind of thinking that had launched 1,000 cultivation novel revenge plots. Love really does make people crazy, Azure observed. Though I suppose that's a redundant statement in this world. Even if it wasn't for how I feel about her, Wu Kongming continued, I would still challenge you. For face. I asked, though I already knew the answer. It always came back to face. He nodded, and I braced myself for what I knew was coming. The tragic backstory monologue. I wasn't disappointed. When I entered the sect, I was deemed talentless. My engagement was broken, my future destroyed. Then Zhou. His hand clenched around his sword hilt. He didn't just cripple my cultivation. He took everything. My clan turned their backs on me, called me an embarrassment. The other disciples wouldn't even look at me. Do you know what it's like? To become invisible? To have people who once smiled and called you young master suddenly treat you like you don't exist. Your clan sounds lovely, I commented before I could stop myself. Wu Kongming actually laughed at that, though it wasn't a particularly happy sound. They're ambitious. Status is everything to them. A crippled cultivator for a son? Better to pretend I never existed. His eyes took on a familiar gleam, the look of someone who had transformed their pain into purpose. But I'll make them remember. I'll make them all remember. Every person who turned their back on me, every friend who suddenly couldn't see me, they'll all regret it. YGGY sent an impression that roughly translated to sad sword man needs a hug, or possibly a swift beating. Sometimes it was hard to tell with Vine emotions. I held back a sigh. I had tried my best to avoid conflict, but if he was determined to fight and wouldn't see reason, then there wasn't much choice. All right, I said finally. If that's how it has to be, I'll honor your wishes. We'll fight. I held up a hand quickly. Though I hope we can agree there's no need for this to be a death match. Whatever happened with Zhou? Wu Kongming's smile turned surprisingly gentle. Thank you for understanding. And no, I only killed him because he was scum who took pleasure in crippling those weaker than him. Someone had to stop him. You're different. Well, that's reassuring. I managed. I'll be leaving the sect for a while, he continued, his smile taking on an edge that made me very glad I wasn't on his revenge list. When I return, let's just say your chances of victory will be non-existent. With that declaration, he let his aura flare fully, revealing the unmistakable pressure of the 7th stage of qi condensation. Then, in a movement too quick for most eyes to follow, he was gone, leaving me standing there with a lot to think about. Well, that was dramatic. Indeed, Azure agreed. Though, if he's already at the 7th stage by the time he returns, he'll be at least at the 8th stage, probably higher. I finished the thought. Especially if he's going on one of those classic protagonist training journeys. Those never end with just a single realm increase. YGGY sent an image of itself growing stronger by absorbing sunlight, along with what felt like a suggestion that we should do some training of our own. It wasn't wrong. I started walking back toward my quarters. The tournament was still weeks away, but with Wu Kongming's current trajectory, I'd need every advantage I could get. The Two Suns world would help with the time differential, but I'd need more than just that. At least we managed to clear up the misunderstanding about Wu Lihua, I mused. That's something, right? Master, I believe we merely replaced one problematic situation with another. Instead of fighting him over a jade beauty, now you're fighting him over his need to prove himself to said jade beauty. I'm not sure this is an improvement. Hey, at least this way I don't have to worry about him thinking I'm trying to steal his love interest. That would have been much messier. Situations like that only end in someone being killed, brutally. You do have a point. As I reached my quarters, I couldn't help but wonder what Wu Lihua would do when she found out about our conversation. Something told me she wouldn't be happy about Wu Kongming and I reaching any kind of understanding, even one that still ended in a fight. Chapter 123. Formation is programming. The thing about cultivation world libraries is that they're simultaneously more and less organized than you'd expect. On one hand, everything is meticulously cataloged and preserved with spiritual techniques that would make museum curators weep with joy. On the other hand, the organization system seems to have been designed by someone who was high on enlightenment and decided that logical progression was too mundane a concept for their elevated consciousness. After about an hour of searching, and one awkward incident where I accidentally activated a defensive formation on a restricted scroll, I'd managed to gather a decent collection of formation texts. I wasn't surprised these books were freely available. As Elder Chun had implied, formations were one of those fields where having access to knowledge wasn't the same as being able to use it. You could memorize every word in a dictionary and still not be able to write poetry. But instead of studying, I was absently tracing my finger along the grain of the wooden surface of the table, my mind still dwelling on yesterday's events with Wu Lihua and Wu Kongming. You're doing that thing again, Azure commented. What thing? That thing where you stare into space and brood about problems you can't immediately solve. I snorted. I'm not brooding. I'm contemplatively planning. Through our soul bond, YGGY sent what felt like the Vine equivalent of an eye roll, followed by an impression that roughly translated to less thinking, more doing. Sometimes I wondered if having such pragmatic companions was the universe's way of keeping me from getting too lost in my own head. They're right, I muttered to myself. Can't let myself get distracted. Wu Kongming can have his dramatic protagonist training montage, and Wu Lihua can play her manipulation games. I've got work to do. I had a few days before my next formation lesson with Elder Chin Yong and team training with Wei Lin and Lin Mei. While I was curious about that golden fruit growing in my inner world, that could wait. Right now, I needed to focus on either runes or formations. Given how much progress I'd made with runes in the Two Suns world, it made sense to shift my attention to formations for a while. Besides, while runes were great for personal power, formations seemed better suited for teamwork. Considering the first stage of the Outer Disciple Tournament was a group exercise, it wouldn't hurt to develop some skills that made me more valuable to a team. I turned my attention back to the stack of formation manuals I'd gathered. Formation Study for Beginners. I read the title of the first book. Well, that's straightforward enough. At least they're not trying to be dramatic about it, Azure agreed. Though I'm a bit disappointed. Where's 10,000 Ways to Make Things Go Boom, or Formation Mastery or Death? A gentle introduction? I chuckled as I opened the book. I think those might be reserved for core disciples. The first chapter was titled Understanding Formation Language, the Basic Components. Perfect. If formations were truly a language for communicating with spiritual energy, then learning its alphabet seemed like the logical place to start. It began with what was essentially a recap of my first lesson with Elder Chin Yong. Formation craft is often called the language of reality itself. Like any language, it has its own alphabet, grammar, and rules of composition. This text will introduce you to the fundamental components that make up all formations, from the simplest word to the most complex world-binding array. The book laid out what it called the primary strokes, the basic lines and curves that formed the building blocks of all formation patterns. Each one had its own spiritual resonance and purpose. Straight lines channeled qi directly like pipes carrying water. Curves guided qi in smooth flows, perfect for gradual energy transitions. Spirals concentrated or dispersed qi depending on their direction. Angles redirected qi sharply, useful for sudden changes in energy flow. Dots served as qi collection or distribution points. It's like what I said to the elder, formations are similar to musical notes. Each stroke is a different sound, and combining them creates melodies of spiritual energy. YGGY sent an image of itself growing in a spiral pattern, followed by a questioning sensation. Yes, exactly like that. I nodded. Natural growth patterns often match formation fundamentals. It's all about efficient energy flow. The next section covered what the book called resonance shapes, basic geometric patterns that formed the core of most formations. Circles for containment and cycling energy. Triangles for stability and force distribution. Squares for grounding and energy storage. Pentagons for transformation and change. Hexagons for harmony and balance. This explains why Elder Chen's protection barrier used triangles for stability, I mused. They're literally load-bearing structures in terms of energy distribution. The next chapter in Formation Study for Beginners revealed something that I had wondered about. True formation experts didn't need to rely on physical tools. They could weave formations directly with spiritual qi, creating and modifying arrays in real time during battle. The book didn't go into much detail, noting that such techniques were far beyond the scope of a beginner's text. But still, this was good news for me. Master, Azure interrupted my reading. Please tell me you're not planning to experiment with formations. Of course not, I replied, turning the page. That would be reckless and potentially explosive. But I might experiment with them in my inner world. We can weave runes there, so formations shouldn't be too different. Manipulating qi is probably easier than the red sun's energy. Anyway, pretending to not hear Azure sigh, I flipped the next book, Spiritual Geometry. Open. It went into excruciating detail about exactly how precise these measurements needed to be. A variance of more than 0.3 degrees in any major angle can result in catastrophic formation failure. For this reason, all serious formation practitioners must master the use of spiritual calipers and measurement tools. Many an aspiring formation master has met their end due to sloppy geometric alignment. Did you know this story is from Royal Road? Read the official version for free and support the author. Well, that's comforting, I muttered, making careful notes. Nothing like the threat of immediate death to motivate precise penmanship. At least you have steady hands from all that rune practice, Azure offered helpfully. Fortunately, I turned to the section on formation scripts, the way different strokes and shapes could be combined to create specific effects. It was fascinating how small changes in arrangement could completely alter a formation's purpose. Clockwise spirals drew energy in. Counterclockwise spirals pushed energy out. Nested circles created layers of effect. Intersecting lines formed energy nodes. Parallel lines created channels for qi flow. It's like programming, I realized suddenly. Each pattern is a function, and combining them creates more complex operations. The book went on to explain how these basic components could be combined into what it called formation words, standard patterns that achieved specific effects. The simplest formation words are those that deal with basic energy manipulation. Gather, disperse, store, release, transform. These form the foundation of all higher formation craft, much as simple words form the basis of complex sentences. So that's why the Qi gathering circle uses inward spirals. I nodded, things starting to click into place. It's literally writing gather in formation speak. I spent the next few hours studying the relationships between different patterns, making careful notes and sketches. The more I learned, the more I understood why formation masters were so rare. This wasn't just about memorizing patterns. It was about understanding an entire new language of reality. The third book was about not blowing yourself up. It proved to be particularly enlightening. Common mistake number 1: inconsistent line weight. When scribing formations, maintaining consistent pressure is crucial. Variations in line thickness create uneven qi flow, leading to energy buildups and eventual catastrophic failure. Many novices make the mistake of pressing harder at the beginning of strokes and lighter at the ends, creating what we in the field call boom points. Boom points, I repeated, sharing an amused glance with Azure. At least they're keeping it simple. Common mistake number 2: rushed connections. The points where different formation components meet are critical junctures for qi flow. Rushing these connections is like trying to join two pipes without proper welding. The result is usually a spectacular mess. Take your time, ensure clean intersections, and maybe consider writing your will first. I'm starting to see why Elder Qinyong drinks so much, I muttered, turning the page. Common mistake number 3: ignoring resonance harmony. Different formation components have their own spiritual frequencies. Combining incompatible patterns is like trying to play a symphony with instruments that are all in different keys. Except instead of hurting your ears, it hurts everything within a 50-meter radius. The book went on to list several more ways aspiring formation masters could accidentally remove themselves from the cultivation world's gene pool, each with helpful illustrations of what not to do. Some of these diagrams are surprisingly detailed for things that supposedly obliterated everyone nearby, Azure noted dryly. I'm guessing they're reconstructions based on the scorch marks, I replied, carefully copying down the safety guidelines. Though I have to wonder about the one labeled the Tang Valley Incident. How does a mistimed formation create a new mountain range? Finally, I reached the section comparing Level 1 and Level 2 formation practitioners. The difference was actually quite fascinating. Level 1 practitioners work with static formations, patterns that, once activated, maintain a single, unchanging effect. Think of them like a painting, beautiful and useful, but fixed in form and function. Level 2 practitioners learn to create dynamic formations that can respond to external stimuli. These are more like living artwork, capable of adapting and reacting to their environment. However, this reactivity also makes them more complex and potentially unstable. So that's the next step, I mused, thinking about the tournament ahead. Static formations are useful, but being able to create ones that can react and adapt would be a huge advantage in the tournament. Perhaps we should master the basics before attempting reactive formations, Azure suggested. I nodded, closing the books. Let's start with perfecting what Elder Chan taught us before we try anything too ambitious. I returned the books to their proper places, after another minor adventure with the library's organizational system, and headed back to my quarters. The sun was high in the sky now, and the courtyards were filled with disciples practicing various techniques. I noticed a few of them giving me curious looks. Word of my encounter with Wu Lihua and Wu Kongming had apparently spread. Wonderful, I muttered. Just what we needed, more attention. At least they're not trying to challenge you to duels, Azure pointed out. Yet. Don't jinx it. Back in my quarters, I settled onto my meditation cushion, closing my eyes to sink into my inner world. The familiar landscape materialized around me: mountains to the northwest, garden quadrant to the northeast, open space to the southeast, meditation plateaus to the southwest, and the Genesis seed stood proudly at the center. Where should we set up our formation practice area? I asked. Azure materialized beside me. The southeast quadrant has the most open space. Plus, if something goes wrong, there's less to damage. Such confidence in my abilities. I prefer to think of it as practical planning. I chose a flat area in the southeast quadrant, well away from anything important. Now comes the interesting part, I muttered. Trying to recreate formation patterns in here? Chapter 124, Level 2 Formations. Taking a deep breath, I gathered chi into my right hand. Unlike the dense, almost syrupy consistency of the red sun's energy, chi felt lighter, more responsive. It flowed like water rather than honey, which made it both easier and harder to work with. Easier because it moved more readily to my will. Harder because it didn't want to stay in place. I began tracing the protection barrier formation in the air, trying to weave the chi into the patterns I'd learned. The outer circle came first, my finger leaving a faint trail of spiritual energy. But before I could complete it, the beginning started to fade. I watched the chi dissipate. That's annoying. Perhaps try it on the ground first? Azure suggested. The earth might help stabilize the energy pattern. That made sense. After all, most formation masters started with physical mediums before moving to pure energy manipulation. I knelt and began tracing the pattern on the ground, this time channeling chi more deliberately. The outer circle took shape, glowing with a soft white light. I added the 3 foundation triangles at precise 120-degree intervals, making sure each line was exact. The connecting lines came last, creating the paths for energy flow. The chi didn't immediately dissipate like it had in the air, but I wasn't sure for how long it would last. Not bad, Azure commented, though you might want to adjust the angle of the northwest triangle slightly. It's off by about 0.4 degrees. I made the correction, feeling the formation's energy flow smooth out. The ground definitely helps. It's like having training wheels. Azure, I asked as I studied my handiwork. What else did those books say about formation weaving? I only skimmed that section. The key difference isn't just in the medium used, but in how the chi is bound into stable patterns. Like programming with energy instead of chalk? I suggested. Similar concept. When using physical tools, the medium itself helps maintain the formation structure. With pure chi manipulation, you need to create what the texts call resonance anchors, points where the energy pattern is self-sustaining. I nodded slowly. So it's not enough to just draw the lines, I need to make them stick. The books describe 2 main techniques: energy layering and pattern locking. Energy layering involves creating multiple sheets of chi that reinforce each other. Pattern locking uses specific resonance frequencies to make the chi naturally want to maintain its shape. Right? I sat back, breaking it down into steps. So first, draw the formation, then layer the energy to give it structure. Finally, lock the pattern so it holds its shape. That's the basic process, yes. I tried again, this time focusing on building layers of chi as I drew each line. It was like painting with watercolors, each stroke adding depth and substance. The formation took shape more slowly, but the lines glowed with a steadier light. Still dissipated after about 30 seconds, though. The resonance, Azure suggested. Try adjusting the chi's frequency as you layer it. The next attempt lasted almost a minute before fading. The one after that made it to 2 minutes, but the energy flow was uneven. The 4th try created a nice stable pattern, but it collapsed as soon as I tried to activate it. It took another 4 attempts before I started to get a feel for the proper resonance. It was like tuning an instrument but with chi instead of strings. Too high and the energy became unstable. Too low and it wouldn't hold its shape. Finally, on my 13th try, everything clicked. The chi flowed smoothly into the pattern. The layers reinforced each other naturally, and the resonance locked everything into place. The formation glowed with a steady white light. Enjoying the story? Show your support by reading it on the official site. I sat back, grinning. Now that's more like it. Shall we test it? Azure asked. I nodded. YGGY. Want to do the honors? Maybe 10% power. The vine uncoiled from where it had been watching. It manifested thorns that looked perfectly designed for testing barrier strength. The first strike hit like a hammer, sending ripples through the barrier's energy field. The second and third came in quick succession, testing different points of the formation. The fourth found a weak spot in one of the connecting lines, and the whole thing shattered. For hits, I nodded, actually quite pleased. Not bad for a first success. Should be enough to handle third-stage attacks, at least briefly. With that confidence boost, I moved on to the light formation. The experience from the protection barrier made this one easier. I already had a better feel for the energy layering and resonance locking. The pattern was simpler too: a central core for focusing chi, radiating lines for distribution, and an outer circle for containment. It only took 3 attempts to get it right, and when I activated it, the formation cast a steady blue-white light across the practice area. Efficient, Azure commented, though the color is a bit distinctive. I shrugged. We can work on that later. For now, I'm more interested in the chi gathering circle. This formation fascinated me for several reasons. As I drew the nested circles and inward spiraling lines, I watched chi literally flow through the World Tree Sutra's pathways into my inner world, then concentrate in the formation's center. Azure, I said slowly, an idea forming. If chi can enter my inner world, and this formation can gather and concentrate it. You're thinking about chi storage, Azure finished my thought, for use in the Two Suns world. Exactly. If we could store chi here, then no more burning through soul essence for basic techniques. Azure's form flickered slightly, the way it always did when it was trying to figure out how to tell me something was impossible without hurting my feelings. That sounds good in theory, but there's a small problem, Master. Oh, I raised an eyebrow. What's wrong with my brilliant plan? There are no rank 1 chi storage formations in any of the books we just read. I frowned. Why not? It seems like such a basic and useful thing to have. Because, Azure explained, chi storage formations would incorporate aspects from chi gathering formations, which makes them more difficult to draw. But the bigger issue is that they require a constant stream of chi to stay active. In fast-paced situations like battle, this would be the cultivator channeling directly into their formations. For long-term situations, spirit stones are used as power sources. Ah, I deflated slightly, which means until I can store spirit stones in my inner world, my plan to have hundreds of storage formations will have to wait. Don't forget just how expensive that would be, Azure added with a smile. You'll have to wait until you're rich too. I sighed, looking around at the practice area we'd set up. The ground was covered in the fading remnants of my previous attempts at chi-woven formations. Just out of curiosity, what level are chi storage formations anyway? That would be something that level 3 practitioners learn, Azure replied, along with elemental manipulation and more complex chi circuits. Well then, I straightened up, we might as well try to break through to level 2. I meet the requirements to begin learning level 2 formations, at least. While you do meet the requirements to learn level 2 formations, you'll only be considered a level 2 formation practitioner when you can create your own level 2 formation. I remembered reading about that. Since there were infinite possible designs for formations, to progress to the next level, a practitioner had to create their own version of an existing formation type. It wasn't enough to just copy what others had done. You had to demonstrate true understanding by innovating. As for how plagiarism was detected in this world, well, I wasn't sure, but I doubted I'd be able to get away with it with Elder Qinyong. Despite his perpetually drunk appearance, the Elder seemed to know his stuff. Not that I would try to cheat my way up the levels anyway. I wasn't learning formations for status or recognition. I wanted to truly understand this fascinating system of communicating with spiritual energy. Its potential was limitless. So, Azure's voice broke through my thoughts. Which formation would you like to level up? I considered each of the 3 formations I knew. The light formation was probably the simplest. Its basic purpose was just to create illumination. Making it dynamic would mostly involve adding the ability to adjust brightness or maybe change colors. Not particularly useful. The chi gathering circle was more complex and more useful. A dynamic version could possibly adjust its gathering range or focus on specific types of spiritual energy. But something about it felt incomplete, like I was missing some fundamental understanding of how chi gathering worked. That left the protection barrier. I smiled as I remembered Hong Yu testing my barrier. The massive bear's demonstration had actually taught me a lot about the formation's strengths and weaknesses. The way she'd systematically probed for weak points, how the barrier had responded to different types of strikes. The protection barrier, I decided. It's the one I understand best, both in terms of its structure and its practical application. Plus, having a more advanced defensive formation seems like it would be particularly useful given, well, everything. A sensible choice, Azure agreed. The books actually had 3 different examples of Level 2 protection barriers. Would you like to see them? Show me. Chapter 125. Designing My Own Formation. Azure's form shifted, and 3 ghostly formations appeared in the air before us. Each one was more complex than the basic protection barrier I'd learned, but in different ways. The first, Azure pointed to the formation on the left, is called the Reactive Shield Array. See how it has additional triangles between the main support structures. Those act as sensor points, allowing the barrier to detect incoming attacks and strengthen itself in specific areas. I studied the pattern carefully. The extra triangles created a sort of web-like structure within the main barrier, connected by delicate lines that presumably carried information about incoming threats. It was elegant but also incredibly precise. One misaligned sensor point could throw off the entire reaction system. The second, Azure continued, gesturing to the middle formation, is the adaptive barrier circuit. Instead of fixed support structures, it uses a series of interlocking hexagons that can shift and realign based on pressure. This allows it to distribute force more evenly across the entire barrier. This one was fascinating. The hexagonal pattern reminded me of a honeycomb, but with additional lines that allowed each section to rotate slightly. It would be more flexible than a standard barrier, though probably at the cost of raw defensive power. And the third, the resonance shield formation. Azure indicated the rightmost pattern. It's designed to absorb and store some of the energy from attacks, then release it to strengthen the barrier when needed. See these spiral patterns here? They act as temporary energy storage points. I leaned closer to examine the spirals. They were cleverly integrated into the barrier's support structure, creating what looked like small whirlpools of spiritual energy. The whole thing had a sort of musical quality to it, like each part was meant to vibrate at specific frequencies. So, I sat back, processing what I'd seen. They each take a different approach to the same problem. The reactive shield uses detection and targeted reinforcement. The adaptive barrier uses geometric flexibility, and the resonance shield uses energy recycling. Correct, Azure nodded. Each represents a different philosophy of dynamic formation design. The first prioritizes quick response, the second emphasizes adaptation, and the third focuses on efficiency. But they all share some basic principles. I mused, starting to see the patterns. They all have some way of gathering information about attacks, some method of processing that information, and some mechanism for adjusting the barrier's properties in response. Like a simple nervous system, Azure agreed. Input, processing, output. The key difference between Level 1 and Level 2 formations isn't just complexity. It's the addition of these feedback loops that allow the formation to respond to its environment. I stood up and started pacing, a habit that helped me think. So to create my own Level 2 formation, I need to incorporate these principles. But I also need to do it in a way that's different, original, and stable, Azure added. Don't get any ideas about combining all 3 approaches. As impressive as that might sound, it's far more difficult to actually implement. Each additional system you add increases the complexity exponentially. Even attempting 2 different dynamic responses in one formation would be extremely ambitious for a beginner. I slowly nodded, remembering the warning about boom points from the formation manual. Right? Need to find the sweet spot between functionality and stability. I paused mid-pace as something occurred to me. Actually, I think I need to take a break. My head is starting to hurt, and my spiritual essence is running low. A wise decision, Azure approved. Mental fatigue can be just as dangerous as chi exhaustion when working with formations. I pulled my consciousness back to my physical body, opening my eyes to find myself still sitting cross-legged in my quarters. The sun had shifted and was now setting. I must have spent several hours in my inner world. Taking a deep breath, I settled into a proper meditation posture and began channeling the World Tree Sutra. I focused on replenishing my spiritual essence, letting my mind rest. As I meditated, fragments of formation patterns drifted through my thoughts. Triangles for stability, circles for containment, spirals for energy flow. They mixed and merged in my mind, sometimes forming interesting combinations before dissolving back into abstract concepts. About an hour later, not only had my spiritual essence returned to its peak, but more importantly, my thoughts were clearer, the earlier confusion replaced by what felt like the beginnings of understanding. Instead of returning to my inner world immediately, I reached for the writing supplies on my desk. I pulled out several sheets and a brush, then paused. "I know you warned against trying to combine all 3 example formations," I said slowly, "but I really think it's possible." "Oh, I know it's possible, Master. I'm just not sure if you'll be able to actually draw it without creating a catastrophic failure cascade." "Thanks for the vote of confidence," I muttered. "But hear me out. What if we simplified each aspect? Take just the core principle from each formation and find a way to make them work together. Support the author by searching for the original publication of this novel." "What do you have in mind?" I began sketching rough diagrams. First, I drew the reactive shield's web of sensor points, then next to it a simplified version using a spiral pattern instead. From the reactive shield, we definitely want the sensor system, but maybe we can simplify it? Instead of a full web of detection points, what if we used a spiral pattern? It would be easier to maintain energy flow that way. "That could work," Azure agreed cautiously as I added notes beside the sketches. "The spiral would give you decent coverage while being more stable than the web design." "What about the adaptive barriers features?" I started a new sketch, this time focusing on the hexagonal structure of the second example formation. The hexagonal structure is interesting, but trying to make sections actually rotate would be... I winced, remembering the warnings about movement in formations, accidentally dripping ink onto the paper. Let's say ambitious. But what if we took the principle of force distribution and applied it differently? Setting aside the ruined paper, I started fresh, drawing curved channels connecting different sections. See, instead of moving parts, we could use curved channels to redirect energy flow. Less mechanical, more fluid. Like a river changing course, Azure noted. And from the resonance shield? The energy storage spirals are clever, but trying to store and release chi requires really precise control. I paused, tapping the ink-covered brush against my chin before realizing what I was doing. Quickly wiping the ink off my face, I continued. What if we used smaller resonance points instead? Not to store energy, but to amplify it? Like echo chambers. I sketched a quick diagram, a series of nested octagons, each slightly smaller than the last, creating a funnel-like structure. See, octagons are traditionally used in sound-focusing formations. If we make these resonance chambers octagonal but nest them like this, they should naturally amplify any energy that flows through them without trying to store it. That's not a bad idea. Instead of trying to capture and release energy, you'd be using resonance to multiply the effect of the chi you're already channeling. More efficient, less likely to explode. I spread out several sheets of paper, starting to draw a more complete design. The outer circle remained the foundation, but inside I added a detection spiral made of smaller, interconnected triangles. Curved channels would carry energy between different sections of the barrier, while small resonance chambers at key junctions would amplify the power without needing to store it. The trick, I muttered as I refined the design, making small adjustments and notes, is keeping everything balanced. Too many sensor points will create interference. Too few won't give us enough warning. The curved channels need to be gentle enough not to restrict flow but sharp enough to redirect it effectively. And the resonance chambers? That's the really tricky part. I sketched several variations of the resonance chamber design. They need to be precisely tuned to amplify without destabilizing the overall pattern. Too strong and they'll tear the formation apart. Too weak and they're just wasting energy. I spent the next hour filling sheet after sheet with sketches and calculations, Azure pointing out potential failure points while I worked on solutions. Ink stains covered my fingers, and there was probably still a smudge on my face, but gradually a workable design began to emerge. The final pattern was far simpler than just combining all three example formations would have been, but it incorporated key principles from each in a way that might actually be stable. It's not terrible, Azure admitted finally. You've managed to keep the complexity manageable while still incorporating multiple dynamic elements. The energy flow paths are clean, the resonance chambers are properly isolated, and the sensor spiral is elegantly integrated. But this is still an incredibly ambitious project for your first Level 2 formation. Azure's tone carried clear concern. The precision required for those curved channels alone. Let's give it a few days, I said, setting down the brush. If we haven't figured out how to make it work before my next lesson with Elder Chinyong, we'll try something simpler. At least the experience of designing this one should make the next attempt easier. I took a closer look at the design, committing it to memory. The outer circle for containment, the spiral of sensor points to detect incoming attacks, the curved channels to distribute power, and the carefully placed resonance chambers to amplify effect without requiring energy storage. Instead of maintaining full strength across its entire surface like the reactive shield, it would stay at minimal power everywhere except where it was being hit. Like the adaptive barrier, it could distribute force effectively. And like the resonance shield, it could amplify its power. It was ambitious, perhaps recklessly so, but something about it felt right. Like I was finally starting to understand formations not just as patterns to be memorized, but as a true language. Ready? Azure asked, though from his tone I could tell he already knew the answer. Time to try this for real. I nodded, settling into a meditation pose. Chapter 126. Symphony Shield. In my inner world, I gathered chi into my right hand, letting it pool there until it felt like holding liquid starlight. Remember, Azure materialized beside me. Start with the outer circle. Everything else builds from that foundation. I nodded, kneeling to begin tracing the pattern on the ground. The outer circle came first, my finger leaving a trail of glowing chi that slowly solidified into a perfect circle about 12 feet in diameter. So far, so good. Next came the detection spiral. This was trickier. Each triangle had to be exactly the right size and spacing, forming a spiral pattern that would serve as the formation's sensory network. I worked slowly, carefully, making sure each line was precise. The spacing between those triangles seems a bit tight, Azure commented as I worked. You might want a dash. The entire spiral pattern suddenly destabilized, the carefully drawn triangles dissolving into formless chi that dissipated into the air. You were saying? The spacing was too tight, Azure repeated. When the triangles are that close together, they interfere with each other's chi flow. Think of it like trying to have too many conversations at once. Everything becomes noise. I nodded, studying the remaining outer circle. So we need to space them further apart. But not too far or we'll have gaps in the detection coverage. Exactly. Try using the golden ratio for the spiral spacing. That should create a more natural flow. Starting over, I redrew the detection spiral, this time spacing the triangles more carefully. The pattern held stable this time, each triangle glowing with a soft light as it connected to its neighbors. Next came the curved channels that would distribute power throughout the formation. This was where things got really delicate. Each curve had to be smooth enough to allow chi flow but sharp enough to redirect energy effectively. I'd barely started the first channel when the entire formation collapsed, the patterns dissolving into wisps of chi. What happened there? I asked, frowning at the empty ground. The curve was too sharp, Azure explained. Think of it like trying to redirect a river. Too sharp a turn and you get turbulence that disrupts the whole flow. I tried again, this time making the curves gentler, more gradual. The channels began taking shape, creating paths that would allow energy to flow between different sections of the barrier. Then came the really tricky part, the resonance chambers. I started placing the nested octagons at key junctions, each one slightly smaller than the last to create that funnel-like amplification effect. The first few went well, but as I added more, I could feel the formation's energy becoming unstable. The whole thing exploded in a flash of white light, leaving me blinking spots from my vision. At least I had an idea on how to create flashbangs, though I would rather it go off when I intend it to, not at random. Too much amplification, Azure noted. The resonance chambers were feeding back into each other, creating an exponential energy loop. I rubbed my spiritual eyes, waiting for my vision to clear. Right? Need to isolate them better. Maybe if we add some dampening lines between the chambers. The next attempt lasted longer but failed when I tried to activate it. The one after that developed weird harmonics that made the whole formation vibrate until it tore itself apart. The fourth try seemed stable until I realized the energy distribution was completely uneven. Hours passed as I kept trying, making small adjustments each time. Azure pointed out potential problems, suggested solutions, and occasionally just watched in silent concern as another attempt failed spectacularly. Finally, after hours of failing, I sat back, frustrated. This isn't working, I muttered. Every time we fix one problem, two more pop up. Azure was quiet for a moment, then said, "What if we're approaching this wrong?" "What do you mean?" "We're trying to build this like a machine with each part doing a specific job. But formations aren't machines, they're more like living things. Everything needs to work together naturally." I thought about that, remembering how the basic protection barrier felt when it was working properly. It wasn't just a collection of parts. It was a harmonious whole, each element supporting the others. So instead of trying to make each component perfect, I said slowly, "We need to focus on how they work together?" "Exactly. Look at natural patterns, the way tree branches grow, how water flows, how crystals form. They're all based on simple rules that create complex, stable systems." I stood up, stretching muscles that didn't technically exist in this spiritual space but somehow still managed to feel stiff. "Let's take a break. Give me some time to think about this." The next day, I returned to the practice area with fresh eyes and a new approach. Instead of starting with the outer circle, I began with the detection spiral, letting it grow naturally from the center out. The triangles spaced themselves almost instinctively, following the same patterns you might see in a nautilus shell or a sunflower seeds. Each one connected to its neighbors with delicate lines that seemed to draw themselves. Next, I added the curved channels, but this time I didn't try to plan them perfectly. Instead, I let them follow the natural flow of chi, like streams finding their paths down a mountainside. The resonance chambers came last, placed where the energy naturally wanted to concentrate. Instead of forcing them into perfect octagons, I let them take shape according to the formation's existing patterns, creating structures that looked more organic but felt more stable. Stolen content alert. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences. Slowly, carefully, I connected everything together. The outer circle formed last, growing from the existing pattern rather than containing it. The completed formation glowed with a soft, steady light. There was something different about it this time, a sense of rightness, of natural harmony that had been missing from my previous attempts. "Now that," Azure said approvingly, "looks like it might actually work." I smiled, feeling a deep satisfaction. It had taken dozens of attempts and a complete change in approach, but I'd finally created something that felt alive. "You realize," Azure added, "that successfully creating the formation is only the first step. It still needs to work as intended, right?" I turned to where YGGY had been watching our progress. Ready to help test it? The vine uncoiled itself. It had been waiting patiently through all my failed attempts, occasionally offering encouragement in its own unique way. "Start at about 10% power," I suggested. "We'll work up from there." YGGY manifested several thorned branches, then struck at the barrier. The formation responded instantly. I could feel the detection spiral registering the impact, the curved channels redirecting power to the threatened area, the resonance chambers amplifying the defensive energy. The barrier held. YGGY increased its power, striking from different angles in quick succession. Each time, the formation adapted, channeling energy where it was needed while maintaining minimal power everywhere else. Even at 70% power, the barrier remained stable. The resonance chambers weren't just amplifying the defensive energy. They were creating harmonics that actually strengthened the entire structure. Finally, YGGY unleashed a full power strike, all of its manifested branches hitting the barrier simultaneously. The formation flared brilliantly, its patterns shifting and flowing like a living thing as it distributed and amplified the defensive energy. When the light faded, the barrier was still standing. YGGY's branches drooped noticeably. I could feel its mix of pride and disappointment, pride in my achievement, but disappointment that it couldn't break through. I reached out and gently patted one of its branches. That just means it worked exactly as intended. Besides, I added with a small smile, we still need to test how it holds up against actual enemies. I'm sure you'll get plenty of chances to break other barriers. YGGY perked up at that, its branches swaying with renewed enthusiasm. Well, Azure said, I believe congratulations are in order. You've successfully created your first level 2 formation. It looks like it can at least hold up against Chi Condensation Stage 6 attacks. I stared at the glowing pattern, still hardly believing it had worked. Yes, Master. And now you can name it. I considered carefully. Names were important in formation craft. They weren't just labels but part of the formation's identity. Adaptive Resonance Barrier? I suggested. No, too descriptive. Harmonic Shield? Too generic. I studied the formation, watching how its patterns shifted and flowed. Symphony Shield, I said finally. Because it's not just about the individual parts, it's about how they all work together. A fitting name, and you're now officially a level 2 formation practitioner, Azure congratulated. I smiled, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. It might not seem like much compared to the achievements of true formation masters, but it was a significant step forward. Looking back at the Symphony Shield one more time, I couldn't help but think about the upcoming Outer Sec tournament. The group stages had always been a concern, while I trusted Wei Lin and Lin Mei. Facing multiple opponents above the 4th stage of Chi Condensation would be challenging for them. It would be difficult for me to not worry about them, but now, with this formation, it could buy them time, I mused aloud. Even if we're outnumbered, the shield could protect them long enough for us to coordinate our response. The formation's ability to adapt and strengthen, where needed, would be particularly useful in group combat. Azure agreed. It could help compensate for any gaps in your team's defensive coverage. Exactly. I smiled, feeling more confident about our chances. My gaze drifted to the array of runes at the center of my inner world, then up to where the golden fruit still rotated slowly among the Genesis Seed's highest branches. We still have a few days before team training, I mused, and another day after that before my next formation lesson with Elder Qin Yong. We might be able to finish setting up the non-elemental runes in here. And then investigate that mysterious fruit? Azure asked. One thing at a time, I replied, though I couldn't help glancing up at it again. Let's finish the non-elemental runes first. We can worry about elemental runes and mysterious fruits after that. The golden fruit continued its slow rotation, as if patiently waiting for us to be ready. Whatever secrets it held, they would have to wait. Right now, I had work to do. Back to runes, then? Azure asked. I nodded, already turning my attention to the array of partially completed runic patterns. Back to runes. We've made good progress with formations. Let's see if we can make similar progress here. Chapter 127. Leaf Storm or Root Bind. I stood in my inner world, staring at the array of incomplete runes before me. The Symphony Shield formation had been a major breakthrough for my formation studies, but there was still so much work to be done. Azure, I called out. Let's review the runes we need to weave. You have several body runes planned, the Scorpion Tail, Tracker, and Shockwave runes. Those can wait. Body runes are useful, but they're dependent on which vessel I'm in. Inner World runes. I gestured at the array before us. These will follow me across worlds. They're the priority. Azure brought up ghostly images of each rune pattern in the air before us. First up, Hawkeye, I mused, taking a closer look at it. Enhanced vision, ability to zoom in on distant targets, and improved spatial awareness. When they come together, it should let me predict my opponent's attack. Then we have Overclock. I gestured to the next pattern, a dizzying array of intersecting lines that reminded me of a circuit board. Temporary boosts me beyond my limits. Useful, but the most dangerous of the bunch if something goes wrong. Which is why you're not going to use it except as a last resort. Right, Master? I nodded. I had no intention of injuring myself for a temporary boost. Root form, I continued, examining the earth-toned pattern. It'll allow me to transform my arm into a mass of roots and branches. YGGY perked up at this one, its tendrils forming an enthusiastic pattern. And finally, our two candidates for the fourth slot. I looked between the last two patterns. Root bind versus leaf storm. YGGY immediately twisted itself into what looked like a vote pose, pointing at the root bind pattern. Why am I not surprised? I chuckled, reaching out to pat its nearest tendril. What do you think, Azure? I believe Leaf Storm offers greater tactical flexibility, Azure said thoughtfully. While Root Bind would enhance your existing abilities, Leaf Storm opens up entirely new possibilities for both offense and defense. The ability to create and control thousands of leaf blades simultaneously could be invaluable in group combat situations. YGGY vibrated in disagreement, forming a series of shapes that roughly translated to, roots are stronger, more control, better traps. I couldn't help but smile at their opposing viewpoints. You both make good points. Root Bind would definitely enhance what I can already do with the Primordial Wood Arts. The problem is, I paused, considering how to explain it. That's exactly why I'm leaning towards Leaf Storm. YGGY deflated slightly, and I quickly continued. Look, I already have decent control over roots through the Primordial Wood Arts. Yes, they're stubborn, and yes, I need more practice, but that's exactly my point. I need practice with what I already have before adding more complexity to it. Plus, the root form rune means I can transform my arm into a root anyway. I pointed to the leaf storm pattern. But leaves? Sure, I can technically manipulate them with the Primordial Wood Arts, but they're so different from vines or roots that I've never found a good use for them. This rune could change that. The pattern shifted slightly as I examined it, and I could almost see the possibilities, thousands of leaves moving like razor-sharp blades, forming shields, attacking from multiple angles simultaneously. It reminded me of something I'd seen in an anime, Byakuya Kachiki's Senbon Zakura, though this would be actual leaves rather than the illusion of cherry blossoms. The versatility would be a game-changer, I continued, especially combined with the Symphony Shield formation. We could create layered defenses, use the leaves to probe for weaknesses, or launch synchronized attacks. YGGY still looked somewhat dejected, its tendrils drooping slightly. Hey, I said softly, reaching out to stroke its main stem. We're going to do plenty of work with roots too. The root form rune is definitely happening, just not right this second. We need to prioritize what will be most useful for the upcoming team training. That seemed to perk it up a bit. Which rune should we start with, Master? Azure asked. I studied the patterns again. Overclock can wait. I won't need that for team training. Let's start with Hawkeye, then move on to Leaf Storm. Both are completely different from my current abilities. Root form sounds amazing, but I doubt we'll have time to inscribe it before training starts. Very well. Azure brought the Hawkeye pattern forward, expanding it so we could see every detail. The rune was made up of curved lines intersected with straight lines, all wrapped in a circular pattern that reminded me of an iris. It's almost like a camera lens, I murmured, studying how the different elements connected. But organic. The outer ring handles focus, these curved lines deal with light sensitivity, and these straight sections. I traced them with a finger. They must handle the actual processing and enhancement. Correct, Azure confirmed. The pattern is designed to work with your natural visual processing systems rather than override them. That's what makes it more stable than some alternatives. I spent the next several hours just studying the pattern, understanding how each element connected and what it was meant to do. This was always the most crucial part of rune crafting. Rushing in without proper understanding was a recipe for disaster. The actual inscription process took most of the next day. It was delicate work, The slightest mistake could ruin the entire pattern, and while working in my inner world was safer than inscribing directly on my body, it still wasn't something to be careless about. Finally, as the two suns completed another cycle, the last line clicked into place. The entire pattern glowed briefly before settling into a steady, subtle luminescence. "Well done," Azure said, "but we should test it in the physical world to be certain." I nodded and shifted my consciousness back to my quarters at Azure Peak. The small room wasn't much, but it had a window with a decent view of the training fields below, perfect for testing enhanced vision. Taking a deep breath, I activated the Shroud rune. Then when I activated the Hawkeye rune, the world shifted. Colors became richer, deeper, revealing subtle variations I hadn't even known existed. Distant objects that were clear to my cultivator's vision now showed microscopic details. I could count the individual barbs on a feather from hundreds of meters away, spot the subtle patterns of wear on roof tiles across the training grounds, even track the movement of dust motes in the air. Unauthorized reproduction. This story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. Amazing, I murmured, focusing on a group of disciples practicing in the distance. Their movements, already clear, now revealed entirely new layers of detail. The minute shifts in their balance, the exact positioning of their fingers, even the way their robes rippled through the air with each technique. The enhancement is remarkable. I can predict their next move, but I winced slightly as a dull ache began to build behind my eyes. It'll take some getting used to. Master, even with your cultivator's constitution, processing this much additional visual information is taxing. I suggest limiting initial use to short bursts until you build up tolerance. I nodded, experimenting with different aspects of the enhanced vision. Switching focus between extreme distances was instant, no need for the usual moment of adjustment my regular sight required. My peripheral awareness, normally about 120 degrees thanks to chi condensation, now extended to nearly 180 degrees with the same crystal clarity as my forward vision. The level of detail was almost overwhelming. I could simultaneously track a leaf falling from a distant tree while reading a disciple's practice manual from 50 meters away. After about 30 seconds, the mild headache had grown into something more insistent, and I deactivated the rune. The world returned to my regular vision, still far beyond mortal limits, but now feeling strangely incomplete after experiencing the rune's enhancements. "Right?" I said, rubbing my temples. "Definitely need to work on stamina with that one. The physical enhancement is incredible, but the drain is proportional." "One down, one to go," Azure murmured as I returned to the inner world. This one was significantly more challenging. Where Hawkeye had been about enhancement and processing, Leafstorm was about creation and control. The pattern was a complex spiral of intersecting lines, each section representing different aspects of leaf manipulation, creation, movement, hardening, coordination. "This is going to be fun," I muttered, studying the complicated pattern. YGGY, apparently over its earlier disappointment, formed an encouraging pattern beside me. It took nearly 2 full days just to understand all the pattern's complexities. The actual inscription process was even more demanding than Hawkeye had been. I lost count of how many attempts I made. Each failure taught me something new, but it was still frustrating to watch pattern after pattern collapse or destabilize. Azure provided steady guidance, pointing out potential improvements and catching mistakes before they could become critical. Finally, on the night before team training was scheduled to begin, it all came together and the pattern stabilized. "Cutting it a bit close," I observed, watching the completed rune with a mixture of satisfaction and exhaustion. "But successful nonetheless," Azure pointed out. "Would you like to test it?" Returning my consciousness to my body, I activated the Leafstorm rune after making sure the Red Sun's energy was masked by the Shroud rune. First, I tried creating leaves using the Red Sun's energy. Leaves began to form in the air, translucent at first, then solidifying into proper shapes. "Interesting," I murmured, creating more leaves until I had about 40 hovering around me. They moved smoothly in response to my thoughts, forming various patterns and formations. "The control is much better than I expected." The rune acts as an interface, Azure explained. It provides a framework for your energy to follow, making the creation and control of leaves more efficient. Though maintaining this many still requires significant concentration. He was right. While I could keep all 40 leaves moving, trying to execute complex maneuvers with each one individually would be pushing it. Still, I managed to create a defensive spiral pattern, then shift it into an attack formation without losing control of any leaves. Now let's try working with existing leaves, I said, reaching out to the potted plant on my desk. This was trickier. The leaves resisted at first, clinging to their natural patterns of movement. When I finally managed to lift a few, their movements were more erratic. As expected, Azure observed, natural leaves have their own inherent patterns you must overcome. They require less energy to manipulate since they already exist, but more finesse to control properly. I nodded, gradually working my way up to controlling about 20 natural leaves alongside my created ones. The difference was obvious. The created leaves moved like extensions of myself, while the natural ones required constant adjustment and attention. The energy cost is significantly different too, I noted, feeling how much more red sun energy it took to maintain my created leaves compared to the borrowed ones. A quick mental calculation suggested I could maintain about 40 created leaves for several minutes, or manipulate a larger number of existing leaves for much longer, assuming I could keep them all under control. Perhaps a combination would be most effective, Azure suggested. Created leaves for precise attacks and defense, supplemented by natural ones when needed. I tested this theory, using my created leaves to form a tight defensive pattern while using the natural leaves for broader, sweeping movements. It worked surprisingly well, though keeping track of both types simultaneously was mentally taxing. Good enough for now, I decided, carefully dissolving my created leaves and returning the natural ones to their places. The desk had a few new scratches, but nothing too noticeable. I can get some more practice tomorrow. Looking up at the now pitch-black sky, I sighed. As I'd expected, there hadn't been time for root form or overclock, but that was fine. Those could wait until after I'd properly tested these new additions. Time to get some rest, I decided, feeling the mental fatigue from days of intense concentration. Tomorrow's team training should be interesting. Azure nodded. You plan to test the new runes in combat? Along with the Symphony Shield, I confirmed. Instead of playing support this time, I want to see how Wei Lin and Lin may handle supporting roles while I take on something challenging. It's the best way to test everything working together. A sound strategy, Azure agreed, though perhaps we should wait until morning to plan the specifics. I chuckled, already feeling my exhaustion catching up with me. Probably wise. Good night, Azure. Good night, YGGY. Good night, Master, Azure replied while YGGY formed a sleepy-looking spiral pattern. Chapter 128. Horde? The next morning, I stood with Wei Lin and Lin Mei before the great iron gates of the Outer Disciples' Beast Grounds, just like we had a week ago. This time, though, something felt different. Maybe it was the way the morning mist seemed thicker than usual, or how the birds had gone mysteriously quiet. Or maybe I was just being paranoid. So, I said, breaking the contemplative silence that had fallen over us, how do you both feel about hunting something a bit more challenging today? Wei Lin's eyes narrowed immediately. I had to admire his survival instincts. They were definitely improving. How much more challenging are we talking about? I couldn't help but smile. I was thinking stage 6 Qi condensation realm. Wei Lin's eyes widened so much I worried they might pop out of his head. Stage 6? You're not even stage. He cut himself off abruptly as I released just a tiny fraction of my aura. You. Wei Lin sputtered, pointing at me like I'd just grown a second head. How is this possible? How many breakthroughs is that now? I shrugged, carefully restraining my aura again. While it wouldn't fool anyone at or above my level, there was no reason to broadcast my strength to those below my cultivation. Still, I saw no point hiding it from my friends. They'd see it in action soon enough anyway. Wei Lin dramatically fell to his knees, raising his hands to the heavens. Thank you, merciful heavens, for blessing this humble cultivator with such a monstrously talented friend. A few passing disciples gave him odd looks, but most just hurried past, already used to Wei Lin's theatrical tendencies. Lin Mei rolled her eyes at her boyfriend's theatrics, but I could see the hint of a smile tugging at her lips. "Congratulations," she said, turning to me with a more serious expression. "But Queen, I know we have the tournament coming up, but you don't need to rush your cultivation just to protect us. You don't need to feel guilty," I assured her. "I'm not rushing my cultivation for you." It was technically true, my rapid advancement was more about survival than anything else. When you're playing in a cultivation world with protagonist-level characters running around, you can't afford to take the scenic route to power. Lin Mei studied my face for a moment before nodding. "Well, I won't press the issue. You know your limits better than we do." She paused, then added thoughtfully, "Though I am surprised an elder hasn't swooped in to claim you as a disciple yet." I kept my expression neutral, but internally I was thinking about Elder Chun. If he didn't make his move by the end of the Outer Sect tournament, I was fairly certain other elders would start showing interest. Though honestly, I preferred Chen Yong. His laid-back attitude and expertise in formations aligned perfectly with my goals. "Speaking of breakthroughs," I said, changing the subject, "congratulations to you both on reaching stage 4. Wei Lin, who had finally picked himself up off the ground, immediately slumped again. "I was so excited to tell you about my breakthrough," he moaned. "Now it feels about as impressive as successfully putting on my shoes in the morning." I placed a hand on his shoulder. "Hey, none of that. Everyone progresses at their own pace, and comparison is the thief of joy." I gestured at the gates before us. "Besides, you're both doing exceptionally well for first years. How many of our fellow disciples do you see regularly challenging stage 5 beasts?" "I suppose," Wei Lin admitted, straightening up a bit, "though I have been spending more time cultivating lately. Seeing you advance so quickly is motivating. If you spot this story on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation." I glanced between him and Lin Mei, unable to resist a small smirk. "I don't think you need any extra motivation to dual cultivate." Lin Mei's face turned an impressive shade of red as she grabbed something from her robes and hurled it at my face. I caught it easily and looked down at what turned out to be a small pouch. "What's this?" I asked, though I could guess from the weight and the distinctive spiritual resonance. Lin Mei's blush faded as she composed herself. "Your share from the jade-crowned serpent tiger corpse." I opened the pouch and counted 50 spirit stones. Not bad for a stage 5 beast, assuming it was split evenly 3 ways, though something about Lin Mei's expression made me suspicious. Before Wei Lin could stop her with his frantic hand gestures, Lin Mei added, "We only took 25 spirit stones each." "Why?" I asked, though I had a feeling I knew the answer. They spoke in unison. "Without your help, we had no chance of defeating a stage 5 beast." I considered arguing but saw the stubborn set of their jaws. Some battles weren't worth fighting. I slipped the pouch into my storage ring with a grateful nod. "Thank you." Wei Lin's expression turned thoughtful. "You know, I heard about Wu Kongming challenging you. Originally, I didn't think you had much chance, but now." He trailed off, clearly recalculating the odds in his head. "It's best to stay away from him," Lin Mei advised. "He seems unstable." "Actually, I managed to clear up that misunderstanding," I explained. "He doesn't think I'm trying to steal his woman anymore." "Then why did he challenge you?" Wei Lin asked, baffled. I shrugged. "Face." Wei Lin nodded sagely, needing no further explanation. In sex, face explained about 90% of otherwise inexplicable conflicts. Sometimes I wondered if there was a cosmic cultivation technique that converted lost face directly into murderous rage. "The good news is," I added with a smile, "it's not a death match." Lin Mei released a relieved sigh that probably took years off her cultivation. I decided it was time to get back to business. "So, about that stage 6 beast." Wei Lin paled slightly. "I won't have to be on the front lines this time, right? I barely managed against the stage 5, and that was with your help." "Actually, I said. I was thinking we'd try something different this time. I'll take point on the attack, while you two provide support. Wei Lin's relief was almost palpable. That I can do. I placed my hand on the authentication stone, and the massive gates began to swing open with their usual ominous grinding sound. This time we headed deeper into the grounds, though still technically within the outer region. The trees here were older, their trunks wider and their branches more gnarled. Azure, I thought, anything promising? I've located an early stage 6 beast about half a kilometer ahead, Azure replied. Then his tone changed. Wait, something's wrong. What is it? The beast. It's fleeing, as if its life depends on it. That was not good. Spirit beasts, especially at higher stages, weren't known for running away without good reason. What's causing it? There's a peak stage 6 heading this way. I considered this. Not ideal, but not impossible either. With my current capabilities, I could probably handle a stage 7 if I had to. That doesn't sound too bad. That's not the concerning part, Azure cut in. There are multiple stage 5 beasts following it, and more at stages 4 and 3. My eyes widened. A horde. Spirit beasts normally didn't cooperate across different stages unless they were a pack or something was controlling them. Do we have time to escape? I asked, already knowing the answer. You might, Azure replied. Your friends won't. I turned to Wei Lin and Lin Mei, who had stopped to look back at me. What's wrong? Lin Mei asked, instantly alert. I reached into my storage ring, pulling out my formation equipment. The Symphony Shield formation was complex, but it was easier to draw than weave. There's a beast horde heading our way. What are you doing? Wei Lin's voice rose in pitch. We need to run. No time, I said, continuing to draw the formation patterns. The lines began to glow with spiritual power as I channeled energy into them. This formation should protect us. I could feel them wanting to argue, but they must have seen something in my expression that made them hold their tongues. Good. I needed to concentrate. The Symphony Shield formation was a masterpiece if I do so say myself, but like all masterpiece, it took time to create.
Keskiviikkoen.
Lin Mei's voice was barely a whisper as she pointed into the mist. I just finished inscribing the final line when the mist before us seemed to thicken and darken, swirling into an ominous mass. Then, one by one, red eyes began to appear in the darkness. Dozens of them. At their center, something moved, something big. As it emerged from the swirling darkness, I realized we might be in more trouble than I'd thought. Chapter 129, Red Sun versus Void Energy. The swirling mist parted to reveal a beast that was impressive. Impressive in the way that made you wish you were anywhere else. Unlike her smaller kin, which were merely the size of my forearm, the queen wasp was as large as a horse. Her jet-black carapace seemed to absorb the light around us, and the air distorted around her massive stinger. Dozens of smaller wasps orbited around her in perfect formation. Their movements so synchronized it was almost beautiful, in a terrifying, probably about to kill us kind of way. Their smaller stingers pulsed with the same strange energy as their queens. Lin Mei's sharp intake of breath told me she recognized them before I did. Void needle wasps, she whispered. Most are at stages 3 and 4, with only 3 at stage 5. But the queen. She trailed off, staring at the massive insect. Stage 6. I finished for her, watching the swarm draw closer.
Lin Mei nodded.
Their stingers are infused with void energy. They drain chi with each strike, and they can work together to trap prey in a chi-blocking cocoon. Their hive mind lets them coordinate perfectly. Her eyes narrowed. The good news is they're weak against fire attacks. The bad news is none of us use fire. Void energy at the chi condensation realm? I directed the thought to Azure. That seems unusual. Not for species that evolved in void-touched areas, Azure explained. These wasps likely originated in a region where reality had worn thin, allowing void energy to seep through. Over generations, they adapted to channel it naturally. I made a mental note to have Azure add every little piece of information he could from the beast lore section of the library after this. Not knowing basic information about local threats was the kind of oversight that could get you killed in a cultivation world. It was something I should have done sooner. The Queen's many eyes fixed on me, and I felt a chill run down my spine. There was an intelligence there that went beyond normal beast instinct. She knew I was the biggest threat, and she was evaluating how best to eliminate me. Wei Lin, Lin Mei, I said, not taking my eyes off the Queen. I need you two to take turns powering the formation. What about you? Lin Mei asked, though I think she already knew the answer. I smiled, probably looking a bit crazier than I intended. I'm going to give our royal friend here something else to focus on. You can't be serious. Wei Lin protested as I took a step outside the formation's boundary. That's suicide. Actually, it's strategy. I kept my voice light. The formation will last much longer if it's not trying to block stage 6 attacks. I'll lead the Queen and the stage 5s away. You two can handle the lower stage wasps from behind the barrier. Our conversation was interrupted as the Queen let out a piercing buzz that seemed to reverberate through my bones. The entire swarm tensed, like arrows nocked in invisible bows. Perfect time for a dramatic exit. I activated Blink Step and reappeared a moment later a few meters away, already mid-stride. Behind me, I heard the distinctive sound of dozens of wings beating in perfect synchronization as the Queen and her elite guards gave chase, leaving the lesser wasps to deal with my friends. The forest blurred around me as I pushed my body to its limits, weaving between trees with trunks wider than I was tall. The Symphony Shield formation could handle attacks from a stage 6 beast. I'd designed it that way. With both of them powering it and only facing lower stage opponents, they'd be fine. Are you certain about this, Master? Azure asked as I dodged between trees, the angry buzzing growing closer. They'll be okay, I assured him. Lin Mei's water techniques are perfect for area control, and Wei Lin's ability to absorb and redirect energy into different elements will let them wear down the weaker wasps. The formation will keep them safe even if they can't kill every attacker. And your plan is? Simple, I replied. All I need to do is kill their boss. Love this story? Find the genuine version on the author's preferred platform and support their work. The Queen was faster than I'd expected, already closing the distance despite my head start. Her stage 5 guards spread out in a perfect hunting formation, trying to cut off potential escape routes. I allowed myself a small grin. Perfect. Pushing off a thick branch, I suddenly reversed direction, launching myself straight at the nearest stage 5 wasp. The creature's compound eyes widened. If wasps can look surprised, this one definitely did, as I activated Hawkeye mid-leap. The world sharpened into crystalline clarity, and I could now see the subtle shift in its wing position that telegraphed its next move. When it darted forward, Stinger aimed at my chest. I was already moving. A quick activation of Blink Step put me above and behind it. Before it could react, I called forth the Leaf Storm, directing a whirlwind of razor-sharp leaves to slice through its wings. The wasp dropped like a stone, but I couldn't celebrate yet. The other 2 stage 5s were already moving to flank me, while the Queen descended from above. I released Hawkeye before the strain could build too much, trusting my normal senses to track the multiple threats. Leaves swirled around me in a defensive sphere as I landed on a thick branch, buying time to assess the situation. The first stage 5 was down but not dead. I could see it struggling to right itself on the forest floor. The remaining 2 circled warily, probably realizing I wasn't going to be easy prey. The Queen hovered above, and I swear she looked annoyed that her perfect formation had been disrupted. The Queen is gathering energy, Azure warned. A lot of it. I barely had time to reinforce my leaf barrier before a massive wave of void energy slammed into it. The leaves held for a fraction of a second before disintegrating, but that moment was enough for me to blink step to another tree. The blast continued past where I'd been standing, carving a perfect circular hole through 3 massive trees before dissipating. I swallowed hard. Direct hits were definitely out of the question. The stage 5s took advantage of my distraction, attacking from opposite sides. Their coordination was impressive. One aimed high while the other went low, forcing me to choose which threat to address first. I chose neither. Instead, I dropped straight down, using Vine Whip to snag a lower branch and swing myself away from both attacks. As I released the vine, I conjured more leaves, sending them in tight spirals around each stage 5 wasp. The wasps were fast, darting through gaps in the leaf patterns, but that was fine. I hadn't expected to hit them. I just needed them to focus on defense for a moment. That moment was all I needed to activate Vine Whip. 3 glowing vines shot from my right hand, weaving through the air like snakes. The first 2 vines wrapped around one of the stage 5 wasps before it could react, pinning its wings. The third vine I used to anchor myself to a nearby branch. The wasp's stinger plunged into the vine construct, attempting to drain chi, but since I powered the technique with red sun energy, it might as well have been trying to drink from an empty cup. A small, glowing seed materialized from my index finger and shot towards the trapped wasp. The queen chose that moment to dive, her massive form casting a shadow over me. I used the anchoring vine to pull myself out of the way just as her stinger struck the branch where I'd been standing. The bark around the impact point turned gray and lifeless as its chi was drained away. The seed I'd launched detonated with a thunderous crack, catching the previously trapped stage 5 in the blast. It spiraled away, its flight erratic but still airborne. A warning buzz from behind was my only alert as the free stage 5 attacked. I twisted in midair, leaves swirling to intercept its strike, but I wasn't quite fast enough. The stinger grazed my left arm, and I felt a portion of my chi simply vanish. It was a disconcerting sensation, like someone had suddenly drained all the blood from that limb. The wasps seemed confused when I didn't immediately show signs of weakness. They didn't know I powered my techniques with the red sun's energy rather than chi. 10% chi loss from that glancing hit, Azure reported. Your runes may run on red sun energy, but I still need chi for enhanced movement. I finished as my eyes narrowed on my target. The injured stage 5 had recovered from the explosion, though its movements were slightly sluggish. Either the blast had damaged something important, or the concussive force had rattled its coordination with the hive mind. Either way, I'd take any advantage I could get. I created another wave of leaves, but this time with a lethal surprise. Half were my conjured blades, half were natural leaves, and scattered throughout were several explosive seeds masquerading as normal foliage. The swarm scattered as expected, their perfect formation breaking apart as they tried to figure out which leaves were truly dangerous. The moment their formation fractured, I focused on the injured stage 5. It was favoring its right side, its damaged wing causing it to list slightly with each wing beat. Perfect. Activating Hawkeye, I could see every detail of its erratic flight, the way its good wing was beating harder to compensate, how it had to constantly adjust its balance, the exact moment when it would need to bank left to maintain altitude. The other wasps were already moving to regroup, but they wouldn't make it in time. The moment the injured wasp began its banking turn, I struck. Blink Step put me directly in its path while my prepared explosive seeds detonated behind me, the shockwave further disrupting the other wasp's attempts to interfere. The injured wasp's eyes registered my presence too late. Its attempt to pull up was hampered by its damaged wing, leaving it completely exposed. Leaves condensed around my hands into razor-sharp blades as I struck. The impact sent vibrations up my arms as the edges met chitin, but enhanced by Titan's crest, my strike cleaved through the wasp's armored carapace like paper. The wasp's body convulsed violently as its link to the queen was severed. Then, like a puppet with cut strings, it plummeted toward the forest floor. Its remaining wing twitched once, then stilled as the last traces of void energy flickered and died. 1 down, 2 stage 5s, and a queen left. Chapter 130, Outnumbered. The queen's angry buzz vibrated through the clearing as she gathered power for another attack. This time, instead of a focused blast, she released a widespread wave of void energy that began breaking down everything it touched. Trees withered, leaves crumbled, and the air itself seemed to grow thin. I activated Aegis Mark, trusting the barrier to buy me time as I blink-stepped through the devastation. The remaining stage 5s pressed their advantage, attacking from different angles while I was focused on avoiding the queen's power. A stinger scraped across my barrier, draining energy faster than I'd expected. These things were basically flying chi vampires, and they were very good at their job. Master, Azure's voice held a note of concern. This prolonged battle is inadvisable. The continuous chi drain from their attacks, combined with the energy cost of maintaining multiple runes. I know. I cut him off, ducking under another strike. But I need to thin their numbers before I can deal with the queen. Their teamwork is making it difficult to target her. Speaking of these stage 5s, they were wearing me down through attrition, and while I could probably outlast them normally, the queen's presence made that impossible. Time to lure them in. I dropped my leaf barrier entirely, leaving myself seemingly exposed. As expected, both stage 5s immediately moved to attack. At the last possible moment, I activated Hawk Eye and Titan's Crest simultaneously. The world slowed to a crawl as I pushed off the branch and flew through the air, slipping between their attacks with millimeters to spare. Before they could recover, I created a dense cloud of leaves around us, too thick to see through. The wasps hesitated for a crucial moment, their connection to the queen slightly disrupted. That moment was all I needed. I burst up through the leaf cloud, leaves condensing around my arms like bladed gauntlets. The first stage 5 managed to partially deflect my strike, its antennae sensing the attack just in time to twist away. My leaf gauntlet still connected, the razor-sharp edges shearing through one wing and part of its shoulder carapace. Black ichor sprayed from the wound as the wasp tumbled through the air, its flight pattern now severely compromised. The second wasp wasn't so fortunate. It flew straight into my follow-up attack, probably expecting me to still be recovering from my first strike. The leaf blades around my left arm condensed into a single keen edge that caught it perfectly at the junction between head and thorax. There was a moment of resistance as the edge met its armored carapace. Then my enhanced strength pushed through. The wasp's head separated cleanly from its body, both parts trailing streams of dark fluid as they fell to the forest floor. Its eyes dimmed instantly as its connection to the hive mind was severed, its limbs twitching once before going still. The queen's furious buzz reached new heights as another of her elite guards fell. She launched a barrage of void energy blasts, forcing me to focus entirely on defense and evasion. I created the densest leaf barrier I could manage, layering it with naturally reinforced leaves from the largest trees I could reach. Even so, each blast that connected disintegrated dozens of leaves, forcing me to constantly replenish the barrier. The remaining stage 5, despite its injured wing, continued to pester me with quick attacks. It was barely a threat on its own now, but its presence forced me to split my attention, making it harder to track the queen's movements. Stolen content warning. This tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. The queen is preparing something large, Azure warned. The void energy she's gathering, it's beyond anything we've seen so far. I could feel it too, a heavy pressure building in the air as void energy condensed around the queen's form. Whatever she was planning, I did not want to be anywhere near it when it happened. Unfortunately, the injured stage 5 chose that moment to make its final attack. It dove straight at me, void energy coursing through its entire body instead of just its stinger. A suicide run. I had a split second to decide. If I dodged, I'd be wide open to whatever the queen was charging up. If I blocked, the void energy explosion would probably drain a fatal amount of chi. So I chose option 3. As the stage 5 wasp reached me, I activated Blink Step and Titan's Crest simultaneously. Instead of dodging, I met its charge head-on, leaves condensing into a makeshift spear around my arm. We struck each other at the same moment. Its stinger struck my shoulder as my leaf spear punched through its thorax. The void energy explosion caught me point blank, draining chi at an alarming rate. But I'd expected that. What I hadn't expected was how much it would hurt. It felt like someone had replaced my blood with liquid nitrogen. My muscles seized up, and for a terrifying moment, I couldn't feel my cultivation base at all. Then sensation rushed back in a wave of pins and needles, along with Azure's urgent voice. 30% chi loss from that exchange. The queen is about to release her attack. I forced my numb body to move, scanning for options. The The queen hovered above, void energy swirling around her in a dense sphere. The air seemed to be breaking down around her, creating a zone of pure emptiness that grew larger by the second. Looking at the devastation she'd already caused with smaller attacks, I really didn't want to see what this charged-up version would do. But in my current condition, I wasn't sure I could dodge far enough to escape its range. "Any bright ideas?" I asked Azure. My shoulder still throbbed from the Stage 5's final attack, and I could feel my red sun energy reserve dropping steadily. Before Azure could respond, the queen released her attack. The void sphere collapsed in on itself for a brief moment, compressing into a point of absolute darkness no larger than my fist. Then it exploded outward in a wave of pure annihilation. The forest just ceased to exist wherever the wave touched. Trees, rocks, even the very ground itself was reduced to fine gray dust that seemed to age centuries in seconds. The devastation spread in a perfect circle, creating a steadily expanding zone of death that would definitely kill me if it made contact. I activated Blink Step, launching myself straight up. It wasn't enough the wave's radius was expanding faster than I could escape horizontally, and I didn't have enough energy left for multiple blinks. But up gave me options. As the void wave approached, I tapped into the orbital resonance of my inner world's twin suns. My momentum carried me higher as the wave of destruction passed harmlessly beneath me. I hung suspended in the air, carefully keeping my posture natural, as if I'd simply jumped really high rather than actually flying. No need to advertise abilities that would raise awkward questions if anyone was watching this battle. When the wave finally dissipated, it left behind a perfect circle of devastation nearly 100 meters in diameter. Every trace of life had been scoured away, leaving only gray dust and withered remnants. The queen hovered in the center of the destruction, her many eyes scanning for any sign of my survival. I allowed myself a small smile. She'd expended an enormous amount of energy on that attack, and she still had no idea where I was. Time to make that mistake cost her. 3 vines shot out from my sleeve. They wrapped around the queen's thorax and wings before she could react, the unexpected angle of attack catching her off guard. I dropped from the sky like a meteor, channeling Titan's crest into my right hand as I fell. The queen's compound eyes widened as she finally spotted me, but it was too late. My enhanced strike caught her directly between her wing joints, right where her armor was thinnest. The impact sent shockwaves through her massive body. Chitin cracked and splintered beneath my fist as void energy exploded outward from the point of contact. The queen's horrific screech of pain was nearly drowned out by the sound of her carapace breaking. She wrenched free of my vines with desperate strength, dark ichor spraying from multiple wounds as she retreated. Her flight was erratic now, her damaged wing joints forcing her to compensate with bursts of void energy just to stay airborne. I landed on a tree that looked like it would give out any second, my eyes focused on the damage my attack had caused. The queen's once pristine carapace was now a mess of cracks and leaking wounds. Her right wings hung at an awkward angle, and void energy leaked from her injuries in wisps of darkness that dissipated in the air. The battle was nearing its end, but I couldn't lower my guard just yet. If there was one thing I'd learned about spirit beasts, it was that they were most dangerous when cornered. And I just backed this one into a corner while also destroying her elite guards. "Master, you're almost out of red sun energy." Chapter 131, Out of Energy. I frowned. That was a problem. A big one. Without red sun energy, I couldn't use any of my runes. No more enhanced strength, no more instant movement, no more leaf storms. Just good old-fashioned chi enhancements and whatever I could manage with the primordial wood arts. I glanced behind me at the gray wasteland her void attack had created, then at the ring of withering trees around us, and finally at the healthy forest beyond. The living trees were barely visible from here. Even an injured peak chi condensation stage 6 beast that could fly would catch up to me before I could get there. The trees might as well have been on the other side of the sect for all the good it did me. The queen hovered between me and the nearest living tree. Despite her injuries, her eyes gleamed as she maintained her position. The void energy leaking from her wounds began to coalesce around her stinger, gathering power for another attack. This was no accident, I realized. She deliberately positioned herself between me and the living forest. Each of her attacks seemed precise in retrospect, calculated not just to hit me but to destroy any remaining patches of vegetation I might try to use. She had been systematically cutting off my options, creating a dead zone where my most reliable technique was nearly useless. A good tactic. Your options are limited, Azure observed. Without healthy vegetation to work with, the primordial wood arts. I know. I cut him off, ducking as she shot forward with a void-infused strike. I need to get her away from here, back towards the living forest. I needed to change the dynamic of this fight, but how? My remaining red sun energy was barely enough for a few more rune activations, and my chi reserves were 50%. Azure supplied helpfully as I narrowly avoided another stinger strike. Right. Not great. Fighting the queen head-on would be suicide. I needed a new plan. An idea began to form. Not a particularly heroic one, but I preferred survival to style points. Azure? I said, rolling under a horizontal slash of her stinger. How much red sun energy do I have left exactly? Enough for 2 activations of the blink step rune, he replied. Why? You'll see, I answered, then immediately sprinted straight toward the queen. Her eyes widened at my apparent suicidal charge. She gathered void energy around her stinger, preparing to strike. Exactly as I'd hoped. The moment she committed to her attack, I activated Blink Step. But instead of trying to get behind her or move to her blind spot like she expected, I simply blinked straight past her, adding the momentum to my run. The queen's strike hit empty air as I emerged from the blink already at full sprint, heading straight for the living forest. I heard her furious buzz as she realized my true intention, followed by the sound of wings beating in pursuit. But I had the advantage now. The queen was injured from our earlier exchange, her wing joints damaged enough to slow her flight. By the time she turned to chase me, I'd already reached the first healthy trees, but she was quickly gaining on me, though it no longer mattered. I grabbed a low-hanging branch, using my momentum to swing up into the canopy. Now this I could work with. The queen burst through the canopy after me, void energy gathering around her stinger. But she'd followed me right into my element. Literally. I reached out with the primordial wood arts, connecting to the dense network of branches around us. The queen's stinger descended, and a thick branch suddenly swung up to meet it, catching her strike. Void energy ate through the wood almost instantly, but that was fine. I hadn't expected it to last. Support the author by searching for the original publication of this novel. More branches moved at my command, forcing the queen to constantly adjust her position. Each time she tried to line up a killing strike, the forest itself seemed to interfere. I didn't have enough control over the branches to manipulate them to hurt her, but it was enough to disrupt her rhythm. Your chi reserves are at 35%, Azure warned. I nodded, maintaining my focus on the living wood around us. This wasn't a sustainable strategy. Moving branches this size took considerable chi, and the queen's void energy was steadily eating through my impromptu defenses. But I didn't need to win. I just needed to survive long enough to... A familiar buzz reached my ears, weaker and more chaotic than before. More wasps were approaching. She must have called for backup. Not good. I had to end this battle, and I had to do it fast. I immediately dropped my control over the branches and let myself fall. The queen immediately pressed her advantage, diving after me with her stinger extended. Above her, the lesser wasps emerged from the canopy, their wings beating in increasingly erratic patterns as they tried to coordinate without their queen's full attention. I landed in a roll, coming up already running. The queen's stinger struck the ground behind me, void energy carving a trench in the earth. But I wasn't trying to escape anymore. Instead, I ran straight toward the largest tree in the area. The queen followed, exactly as planned. Just before I reached the tree, I activated my final blink step. The queen's strike passed through the space where I'd been, her momentum carrying her forward, directly under the massive branches where her lesser wasps were still struggling to coordinate. I reappeared on a sturdy branch near the top of the oak, already reaching out with the primordial wood arts. Every branch above the queen moved at once, not to attack her, but to separate her from her swarm. The lesser wasps scattered in confusion as their flight paths were suddenly blocked. Without their queen's direct guidance, their perfect formation dissolved into chaos. Several crashed into branches or each other, their hive-mind coordination completely disrupted. The queen realized her mistake too late. She tried to pull up, to reconnect with her swarm, to use them as shields, but her damaged wing joints betrayed her. As she struggled to gain altitude, I made my final move. The largest branch of the ancient oak, nearly as thick as the queen herself, creaked as I forced it to move. Not quickly. Something this size couldn't move quickly. But it didn't need to. The queen was so focused on regaining altitude that she didn't notice the massive branch descending from above until it was too late. The impact caught her squarely between her wings, driving her down with the full weight of centuries-old wood. Her exoskeleton, already damaged from our earlier exchange, couldn't withstand the crushing force. There was a sound like breaking glass as her carapace finally gave way, dark fluid spraying from multiple fractures. The queen slammed into the ground with enough force to shake the entire tree. Before she could recover, I commanded every branch within reach to pin her down. With my dwindling chi reserve, they wouldn't hold her for long. Her void energy was already eating through the wood. But they didn't need to. The ancient oak's largest branch, still falling with unstoppable momentum, struck her thorax with a sickening crunch, causing her to let out a loud screech, which was cut short as the massive branch completed its descent. Her many eyes dulled, the glow of void energy fading as her life ebbed away. Above us, the lesser wasps flew in confused circles, their connection to the hive mind severed. Without their queen's guidance, they'd reverted to basic instincts, and those instincts were currently trying to decide if I was prey or predator. I straightened up and made a show of letting chi flow through my meridians. To their eyes, I probably looked fresh and ready for another fight, though in reality my muscles were screaming and my chi reserves were nearly depleted. One of the larger wasps, probably a stage for dove slightly lower, testing my response. I merely turned my head to track its movement, my posture relaxed but ready. The message was clear. I just killed their queen. Did they really want to test their luck? The wasp pulled back quickly, rejoining its brethren. After a few more moments of uncertain circling, the swarm seemed to reach a collective decision. They turned as one and retreated into the distance, likely heading back to whatever nest they'd emerged from. Only when they'd completely disappeared from view did I finally allow my shoulders to slump. I practically collapsed against the trunk of the tree, every ache and strain from the battle making itself known at once. "Well," I said quietly, "that was unpleasant. But good for experience," Azure added. "You've learned quite a bit about fighting without relying on the red sun energy. And about the importance of battlefield selection. If she'd kept me in that dead zone." I shook my head. "I need to work on having backup strategies when I can't access plant life. There's only so many plants I can keep on my person." "We should check on Wei Lin and Lin Mei," I continued. My legs felt like jelly, and my chi reserves were dangerously low, but at least I was alive. "Perhaps," Azure suggested, "you should rest for a moment first." "Yeah, that's probably a good idea. The formation will keep them safe for a few more minutes." Chapter 132. A Profitable Transaction. Wei Lin watched in stunned silence as Queen vanished into the mist. The massive queen wasp and her elite guards shot through the air after him, leaving him and Lin Mei alone within the protective dome of the Symphony Shield formation. Well, not entirely alone. Dozens of lesser void needle wasps still circled them. Most were at the third stage of chi condensation with a handful of fourth-stage specimens mixed in. Under normal circumstances, even one of those fourth-stage beasts would be a serious threat. "He's insane," Wei Lin sighed, watching another wave of wasps test the barrier's strength. Their stingers struck the formation's surface in perfect unison, creating ripples of light that spread across the dome like water. Completely and utterly insane. Lin Mei knelt down beside one of the formation's anchor points, feeding it chi. "Focus, Wei Lin. We need to maintain the formation." "Right. The formation." Wei Lin moved to another anchor point, placing his hand on the glowing sigils. He could feel the steady drain as the barrier converted their chi into protective energy. With both of them working together, they could probably maintain it indefinitely against opponents of this level. But that wasn't going to help Ku-in. "We can't just hide in here," Wei Lin said, watching another coordinated strike splash harmlessly against the barrier. "He's out there fighting a stage 6 beast by himself, along with 3 stage 5s. Lin Mei added helpfully, which did nothing to improve Wei Lin's mood. "Not helping, love." A particularly aggressive wasp slammed into the barrier right in front of Wei Lin's face. Instead of bouncing off like its brethren, it pressed its stinger against the surface, trying to inject void energy directly into the formation's matrix. Wei Lin stared at the pulsing darkness gathering around the wasp's stinger. Void energy. Actually, that gave him an idea. "Cover me for a second," he said, pulling his hand away from the formation anchor. "Wait!" Lin Mei's eyes widened. "What are you doing?" Instead of answering, Wei Lin carefully extended his right hand through the barrier. The symphony shield parted like water around his arm, maintaining its integrity while allowing controlled movement. Thank the heavens for Ku-in's recent obsession with formations. The nearest wasp immediately took advantage, its stinger plunging towards Wei Lin's exposed hand. But that was exactly what he wanted. Wei Lin activated his merchant's method, creating a special transaction space around his hand. The moment the stinger made contact, he felt the familiar sensation of foreign energy being absorbed into his inner world. Void energy. Real, genuine void energy. In his mind's eye, Wei Lin could see his inner world responding. The spiritual marketplace that formed his core was already preparing a new stall, specially designed to handle this rare commodity. If he could gather enough, the wasp pulled back, confused by the lack of effect. Wei Lin, not sure if he could handle anymore, quickly withdrew his arm back inside the barrier before it could try for a second strike. "Are you insane?" Lin Mei demanded, dividing her attention between maintaining the formation and glaring at him. "What were you thinking?" "I was thinking," Wei Lin replied, showing her his still intact arm. "That void energy is incredibly rare and valuable. Do you know how much I would need to pay to get even such a small amount? These wasps are practically giving it away." Lin Mei's expression suggested she was seriously reconsidering their relationship. "We're in the middle of a battle, and you're thinking about saving money?" Their argument was interrupted by another synchronized attack from the swarm. This time, Wei Lin noticed something interesting. The wasp's coordination seemed slightly less perfect than before. There were tiny delays between strikes, millisecond gaps in their formation. "Look," he said, pointing to where 2 wasps had actually bumped into each other during their latest attack run. "Their hive mind connection must have a limited range. They're starting to lose sync with their queen." Lin Mei's eyes narrowed as she studied the swarm's movement. "You're right. Their attacks are getting sloppier." She paused, then added, "We might be able to use that." Wei Lin nodded, already seeing where she was going with this. "The formation lets things pass through from the inside, like my arm earlier, so the same should apply to our attacks, right? Only one way to find out." Lin Mei gathered a small amount of qi, compressing it into a single drop of water. With careful precision, she flicked it toward the barrier. The droplet passed through without resistance, expanding into a razor-sharp needle that caught one of the wasps by surprise. The projectile didn't do much damage. These weren't normal insects, after all, but it proved their theory. "Well," Wei Lin said, grinning as he began gathering energy for his own attack, "this just got a lot more fun." He focused on the void energy he'd managed to absorb, using his cultivation method to process it. Converting foreign energy always came with a cost. He'd lose some power in the exchange, but it was worth it for the versatility. "Lin Mei," he called out, "can you create an opening in their formation? Something to break up their defensive pattern?" She nodded, already moving her hands in a complex pattern. Water essence gathered around her, condensing into dozens of floating spheres. "Ready when you are." Wei Lin closed his eyes, concentrating on the energy conversion. Void energy was tricky. It naturally wanted to drain and consume rather than be channeled. But everything had a price, everything could be traded. In his inner world, the marketplace shifted and realigned. The newly formed void energy stall connected briefly with his fire essence shop, creating a unique exchange rate. Power flowed through the spiritual pathways he'd carefully constructed, transforming from one type of energy to another. Find this and other great novels on the author's preferred platform. Support original creators. When Wei Lin opened his eyes, his right hand was wreathed in purple-tinged flames. "Now," he called out. Lin Mei's water spheres shot through the barrier in rapid succession, creating a complex pattern of movement that forced the wasps to adjust their formation, causing quite a few of them to crash into each other, their degraded hive-mind connection unable to compensate for the sudden chaos. Wei Lin thrust his hand forward, sending a concentrated blast of void-infused fire through the symphony shield. The flames passed through the barrier without resistance, maintaining their cohesion as they streaked toward the closest fourth-stage wasp. The insect tried to dodge, but its movements were sluggish without proper coordination from the hive mind. The flames caught it squarely in the thorax, and for a moment, the wasp was surrounded by a corona of purple fire. Then its carapace began to crack, void chi fighting against fire chi, destroying the beast from the inside out. The wasp's wings seized up as its energy channels collapsed, and it dropped down like a stone. Wei Lin allowed himself a small fist pump. "Ah, how's that for?" "Incoming." Lin Mei's warning cut off his celebration as 3 wasps launched a coordinated counterattack. Wei Lin quickly put his hand back on the formation anchor, reinforcing the barrier just as the stinger struck. The symphony shield held, but he could feel the strain in the formation matrix. These wasps might be weaker individually, but they could still coordinate enough to be dangerous. "We need a better strategy," Lin Mei said, her hands already moving to gather more water essence. "We can't keep dividing our attention between maintaining the formation and attacking. One slip and they'll break through." She was right, of course. Wei Lin's cultivation method was perfect for converting their void energy into something more lethal, but the process took time. Time they didn't have if they needed to constantly reinforce the barrier. Unless, what if we take turns? Wei Lin suggested. One person maintains the formation while the other attacks. We can switch off every few minutes. Lin Mei considered this, absently deflecting another wasp's strike with a water needle. That could work, but we'd need perfect timing on the switches, or they'll exploit the gap. "Leave the timing to me." Wei Lin grinned, already doing calculations in his head. "If there's one thing I know, it's how to maximize efficiency." They quickly settled into a rhythm. Lin Mei would maintain the formation while Wei Lin gathered void energy and converted it into various elemental attacks. Then they'd switch, with Wei Lin holding the barrier while Lin Mei launched precisely targeted water techniques. It wasn't a perfect system. They were basically fighting defensively, picking off individual wasps when the opportunity presented itself. But it was sustainable, and more importantly, it was working. Wei Lin had just finished converting another batch of void energy into fire chi when he noticed something odd. The wasp's attacks, which had been growing steadily more erratic, suddenly stopped completely. The entire swarm hung motionless in the air for several seconds, their wings beating in confused patterns. Then, as if responding to some distant signal, they scattered in all directions. "What just happened?" Lin Mei asked, watching the wasps disappear into the mist. Wei Lin lowered his hand, letting the flames dissipate. "Queen," he said with certainty. He must have defeated the queen, without her controlling the hive mind. "We should go find him," Lin Mei said immediately, already moving to deactivate her side of the formation. "He could be hurt." "Wait." Wei Lin caught her arm. "What if some of those wasps circle back? Or worse, what if we run into something else out there? This is still the beast grounds. So we just wait here while our friend could be bleeding out somewhere?" "No, of course not. I'm just saying we should." A figure emerged from the mist, and Wei Lin instinctively gathered energy for an attack. Then the light fell on the newcomer, revealing a familiar face.
Keskiviikkoen.
Lin Mei cried out. "Are you all right?" Their friend looked, well, he looked like he'd just fought a stage 6 spirit beast and its elite guards. His outer robes were torn in several places, but Wei Lin noticed something odd wherever the fabric had been shredded. There seemed to be a layer of thin, vine-like plants clinging to Kuyin's body, completely covering any skin that would have otherwise been exposed. The plant coverage was a little strange, but it could just be Kuyin being modest. But more importantly, despite the disheveled appearance, his friend was alive. "I'm fine," Kuyin said, stepping through the barrier. "Just tired. How did you two fare?" Wei Lin deactivated his side of the formation, letting the protective dome fade away. "Oh, just the usual. Fought off a swarm of deadly wasps, collected some void energy, probably traumatized Lin Mei." He stuck his arm outside the barrier to let them sting him, Lin Mei reported, giving Wei Lin a look that suggested this discussion wasn't over. "Really?" Kuyin raised an eyebrow. "How much void energy did you manage to collect?" "Enough for a proper void energy stall." Wei Lin smiled proudly. "Give me time. I'll soon be able to use it in battle." As Wei Lin took a closer look at Kuyin, he noticed his friend was leaning rather heavily against the tree. "Maybe we should head back? Take you to the medical pavilion to get checked out." "It's just a scratch," Kuyin assured them, which Wei Lin didn't believe for a second. Anyone who'd challenge a stage 6 beast probably had a very skewed definition of just a scratch. As they began making their way back toward the Beast Grounds entrance, Wei Lin found himself thinking about everything that had happened. The coordinated defense, the void energy collection, the synchronized attacks. It had all worked far better than he'd expected. "Hey!" he said suddenly, causing both Kuyin and Lin Mei to look at him. "We actually make a pretty good team, don't we?" Lin Mei smiled, slipping her hand into his. "We do. Though next time, maybe we could practice with something a little less deadly?" "Where's the fun in that?" Kuyin asked, and Wei Lin couldn't tell if he was joking or not. Knowing Kuyin, probably not. Chapter 133. Peak 9th Stage Qi Condensation. The Azure Peak Trading Hall loomed before us, its blue-tiled roof gleaming in the morning sun. The building was easily one of the largest in the sect, second only to the main hall itself. Carved dragons wrapped around the white stone pillars, their eyes seeming to follow us as we approached the massive wooden doors. "First time here?" Wei Lin asked, noticing my appraising look. I nodded. Never had anything worth trading before. That earned me a laugh from both Wei Lin and Lin Mei. "Well," Wei Lin said, rubbing his hands together, "allow me to introduce you to one of my favorite places in the entire sect." As we pushed through the doors, the sounds of haggling and trading washed over us. The main hall was a massive open space filled with dozens of stone counters, each staffed by sect members in formal black robes. Disciples of various ranks milled about, some carrying spirit herbs, others clutching jade boxes or weapon cases. "The counters are organized by type," Wei Lin explained, gesturing to different sections. "Herbs and medical supplies are on the left, weapons and equipment in the back, general exchanges and beast materials on the right." He pointed to a particularly ornate counter near the center. "That's where you go for special items or if you need an expert evaluation." I noticed that despite the crowd, there was a clear hierarchy to how people were served. Inner disciples in their blue robes were attended to immediately, while outer disciples like us typically had to wait their turn. Though looking at the way some of the staff were eyeing the storage rings and bulging pouches of the waiting disciples, perhaps wealth spoke louder than rank in here. "The best part," Wei Lin continued as we made our way toward the beast materials counter, "is that everything is standardized. No haggling required, though there is some wiggle room for especially rare or high-quality items." "I thought you'd love haggling," I said. "Haggling is for the markets. Here, everything has a fixed value based on quality and rarity. It's," he sighed contentedly, "beautifully efficient." Lin Mei rolled her eyes at her boyfriend's enthusiasm, but I could see her hiding a smile. We joined the line at the beast materials counter, ending up behind a muscular youth who was trying to convince the clerk that his slightly damaged Stage 3 beast core was worth full price. From his increasingly desperate tone, it wasn't going well. Speaking of efficiency, I said quietly to Wei Lin, should I trade the materials for contribution points or spirit stones? Ah! Wei Lin's eyes lit up. Contribution points can't be counterfeited since they're tied directly to your identity tablet. It's the sect's preferred currency for disciples. If you exchange for points, you'll get more than you would for spirit stones. But, Lin Mei added, they can only be used within the sect and the little bonus they give you isn't that significant. As for spirit stones, they're accepted everywhere. I nodded thoughtfully. That matched what I'd pieced together so far. Contribution points were more versatile within the sect, but spirit stones offered more freedom. After buying the soul bond technique, my contribution points were non-existent. As for spirit stones, I already had a healthy amount. The muscular youth finally gave up arguing and stormed off, letting us move up to the counter. The clerk, a middle-aged woman with her hair pulled back in a severe bun, gave us an appraising look. Next, she said, her tone professional but not exactly warm. I stepped forward and reached into my storage ring, carefully extracting the preserved corpses of the wasps we'd killed. The 3 stage 5 wasps came first, their black carapaces still glossy despite being dead. Then, with perhaps a touch of dramatic timing, I brought out the massive queen. The clerk's eyebrows rose slightly. Void needle wasps, she said, leaning forward to examine them more closely. And the queen, peak stage 6. She glanced up at me, reassessing. Would you prefer spirit stones or contribution points? I pretended to consider it, though I'd already made my decision. I preferred freedom to small discounts. Spirit stones, please. She nodded and began her evaluation, passing her hands over each corpse in turn. Spiritual energy flowed from her palms, testing the quality of the materials. The stage 5s are worth 100 spirit stones each, she said. The queen, given her peak cultivation and the rarity of void-attributed beasts, 300 spirit stones. I did some quick math, 600 total. Not bad for a morning's work, even if I had nearly died in the process. I caught Wei Lin giving me a nod. Acceptable, I said, trying to sound like this was a normal day's business for me. The clerk efficiently processed the exchange, handing over a jade token that seemed to have a storage function. I could feel the spirit stones within. They'd be transferred to my storage ring once I applied some chi to the token. Wei Lin stepped forward next, producing the corpses of the lesser wasps he and Lin Mei had killed. The clerk evaluated them quickly, 30 spirit stones each for the stage 3s, 40 for the stage 4s. They split their earnings, each walking away with 150 spirit stones. Is that everything? The clerk asked, clearly ready to move on to the next customer. Wei Lin smiled, that particular smile I'd come to recognize as his business face, and held out his right hand. Spiritual energy gathered in his palm, condensing into a small, crystalline formation. Earth essence. The clerk's eyes widened slightly, and she quickly produced a jade box lined with protective formations. One moment, she said, her tone noticeably warmer than before. She turned and made a gesture toward one of the side rooms. I'll need to call an expert to evaluate this. A scholarly-looking man in green robes emerged from the side room, carrying what looked like a measuring device of some kind. He carefully transferred Wei Lin's essence crystal into the jade box and began his evaluation. 45% purity, he announced after a few moments. Decent stability, good crystalline structure. I can offer 200 spirit stones. Wei Lin accepted with a gracious nod, though I noticed his business face didn't waver. He'd probably expected that price. As we walked away from the counter, I couldn't help but ask, so your cultivation method lets you create essence crystals? That's impressive. He grinned. The merchant's path isn't just about making money, though it's very good at that. My inner world is basically a spiritual marketplace. Different types of chi are like different commodities. If I gather enough of one type, I can stock it in a specialized stall. Once I have enough stock, he gestured to where he'd produced the essence crystal. The purity isn't great, he admitted, but it's consistent. Most people who try to manually refine essence get maybe 1 or 2 good crystals out of 10 attempts. I might get lower purity, but I succeed almost every time. I nodded thoughtfully. The difference between qi and essence was actually pretty fascinating from a theoretical perspective. Qi was raw spiritual energy, versatile but relatively weak. Essence was that same energy refined and compressed into its purest form. Like the difference between wood and charcoal, same basic material, but one burned much hotter. Unauthorized reproduction. This story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. Like Wei Lin mentioned, if others tried to produce essence without an efficient method, it would be more hassle than it was worth. So basically, I said, you're going to be rich. Wei Lin's grin widened. That's the plan. And unlike my family's wealth, every spirit stone will be earned through my own effort. There was a fierce pride in his voice that I couldn't help but respect. Couldn't be easy choosing such a different path from his merchant clan background. As we headed for the exit, movement caught my eye. One of the servants was sweeping the floor near the door, but something about his movements seemed hesitant. He kept glancing our way, then looking back down at his broom, as if trying to decide something. I smiled as I recognized the rotund figure Zhao Yu. The former bandit noticed my expression and visibly relaxed, apparently taking it as permission to approach. "Young Master Ku," he said with a quick bow, then added hasty bows to Wei Lin and Lin Mei. "I hope you're well? How's sect life treating you?" I asked, genuinely curious. The transition from bandit to servant couldn't be easy. Zhao Yu's face lit up. "Oh, it's wonderful. The work isn't too hard, and the food is better than anything we had in the mountains. My brother finds it boring, but..." He shrugged. "I like boring. Boring means no one is trying to kill me." "Any trouble settling in?" Wei Lin asked. "Well..." Zhao Yu glanced around before lowering his voice. "Some of the older servants tried pushing us around at first. Called us mountain rats. Said we didn't belong here." He smiled slightly. "But then my brother..." Demonstrated why that was a poor choice. "They leave us alone now." I nodded, unsurprised. While I wouldn't trust Zhao Xing as far as I could throw him, his protective instincts toward his younger brother seemed genuine, and someone at the 7th stage of qi condensation would definitely make other servants think twice about causing trouble. "Actually..." Zhao Yu shifted awkwardly. "I heard you're all participating in the Outer Sect tournament?" We nodded, though I noticed Wei Lin and Lin Mei exchange a slightly resigned look. The tournament was technically open to all outer disciples, but everyone knew only the top cultivators had any real chance of advancing. "Well..." Zhao Yu pressed his fingers together nervously. "I know that inner disciples are allowed personal servants, and if any of you were to advance..." He trailed off hopefully. I considered it carefully. If Zhao Xing had asked, I would have refused immediately. The older brother was too volatile, too likely to cause problems. But Zhao Yu, his cautious nature could actually be useful, and he seemed genuinely grateful for the chance we'd given him. "We don't really have much chance of advancing," Lin Mei said with a self-deprecating laugh. "But Ku Yin here. Don't sell yourselves short," I protested, though they were probably right. The competition would be fierce, and while they were both talented, neither had the advantages I did. I turned back to Zhao Yu, who was watching me with barely concealed hope. "I'm not making any promises," I said carefully. "But if you keep working on your cultivation and prove yourself trustworthy..." His face lit up like I just offered him immortality on a platter. "Thank you, young Master Ku. I won't let you down. I'll work harder than Dash." "Zhao Yu!" A sharp voice cut through his enthusiasm. "Those floors won't sweep themselves." "Coming, Senior Han," Zhao Yu called back, then gave us a hurried bow. "Thank you again." He scurried back to his broom, but I could see him practically bouncing as he worked. "That was kind of you," Lin Mei said as we finally made our way outside. I shrugged. "He's not a bad person. Just got caught up in his brother's bad choices." I glanced at the position of the sun. "I should get going. I have a formation lesson with Elder Chun." I was looking forward to showing the Elder the Symphony Shield formation. While it might not seem like much to a formation master, it was the first formation that I myself created, and I couldn't help but feel a little proud. Master, you also need to ask about Wu Lihua and see if you can find out who her master is, Azure reminded me. I nodded. It would be a good idea to find out exactly what Wu Lihua's cultivation method was. It would make protecting myself against it so much easier. We were almost at the door when a sudden pressure descended on the hall, causing several nearby disciples to stumble. My breath caught in my throat as a familiar figure strode through the entrance. Song Xiang, the sect's newest legacy disciple. The entire hall fell silent as he walked past us, not even glancing in our direction as he made his way to the special evaluation counter. The pressure of his aura was staggering. Peak 9th stage Qi condensation. The raw spiritual power rolling off him made our earlier pride in trading stage 5 and 6 beast parts seem almost childish in comparison. But it wasn't his presence alone that caused the commotion. Blood-scaled WYRM.
Lin Mei gasped.
Slung over his shoulder was a massive head that was almost as large as a horse, its partially open maw revealing rows of teeth the size of daggers. But what really caught my attention, though, were the crystalline formations growing from its scales, a sign that it had begun the transformation from mere beast to a true elemental entity. Even dead, the remnant aura radiating from it made my skin crawl. This beast was at the pseudo-elemental realm. Master, Azure's voice echoed in my mind. And here we thought we were making good progress. I could only nod mutely. The last time I'd seen Song Xiang, we'd both been at the 3rd stage of Qi condensation. This was before he was taken as a direct disciple by the sect master. Now, my advancement to the 6th stage seemed almost pedestrian in comparison. Even Wu Kongming at the 7th stage was far behind this monster of talent. That's the difference between us and true geniuses, Wei Lin said quietly as we watched 3 different experts rush to evaluate Song Xiang's prize. We can work hard, cultivate day and night, use every advantage we can find, and they'll still leave us in the dust. I didn't respond. In this world, good enough was rarely good enough for long. But the truth was, I didn't have the luxury of accepting mediocrity. If there was one constant about being reincarnated into a cultivation world, it was that trouble would find you whether you wanted it or not. I could leave the sect tomorrow, buy a farm, and spend my days growing spirit herbs, and somehow, some young master or hidden expert or ancient treasure would still end up on my doorstep causing problems. The laws of narrative causality were as real as any cultivation technique in this world. The only choice was to become strong enough to survive when those laws inevitably dragged you into the plot. And it was only a matter of time before my path crossed with Song Xiang. Chapter 134. Create Life at the Qi Condensation Realm? As I approached Elder Chanyang's quarters, I could already smell the distinctive aroma of his spiritual wine wafting through the air. No surprise there. I was pretty sure the Elder's blood was at least 50% alcohol at this point. What did surprise me was the excited squealing sound that erupted as soon as I knocked on his door. Come in, come in. Elder Chen's voice carried through the wooden panels, accompanied by what sounded like several bottles being hastily moved around. I've made the most fascinating discoveries. I pushed open the door to find the Elder practically bouncing in his seat, surrounded by an impressive collection of empty wine bottles. His eyes were slightly unfocused, but there was a manic gleam in them that made me take an instinctive step back. Ah, my favorite test subject. He beamed at me, managing to somehow pour wine into a cup despite the way his hands were shaking with excitement. You won't believe what I found out about your energy. Master, Azure's voice echoed in my mind. His current blood alcohol level suggests that even a cultivator should be unconscious. I believe his cultivation method is actively converting the alcohol into spiritual energy. That explained a lot about how he managed to function while perpetually drunk. Remember our agreement, I said carefully, eyeing the way he was practically vibrating in his chair. Lesson first, research second. But it's absolutely fascinating. He waved his arms enthusiastically, nearly knocking over several bottles. Your energy, it's only half of a system. There's supposed to be another part, a counterbalance. He paused, hiccuped, then added, though I suppose you already knew that, didn't you? I kept my expression neutral even as my heart skipped a beat. The red sun and blue sun were indeed two halves of a whole, their energies complementing and strengthening each other. But that wasn't something I particularly wanted to discuss. What else did you find? I asked, trying to redirect his enthusiasm. Oh. He grabbed another bottle, somehow extracting it from thin air. The way it generates life. It's almost artistic, like watching a painter work, but with energy instead of brushstrokes. He took a long drink, then continued. Most healing energy is all boring and mechanical, just putting things back where they're supposed to be. But yours? Yours gets creative. That was actually an interesting observation. I knew the Lightweavers used a different runic system when channeling the Blue Sun's energy, but I had no idea what the differences were. You know what's really interesting? If you could fully control this energy. He leaned forward, nearly falling out of his chair in the process. You might actually be able to create life in your inner realm. He waved his hands excitedly, illustrating his point with increasingly unsteady gestures. Think about it, most cultivators can only achieve something like this in the life realm. But this energy of yours, it has the potential to accomplish it whilst in the chi condensation realm. My eyes widened slightly at that. I knew the blue life energy had strong life properties, but I didn't expect to have such power anytime soon. Master, I think I know where we'll be going the next time we're in the Two Suns world, Azure whispered excitedly. He was right, I had spent enough time at the Red Sun Academy. If I could begin creating life forms in my inner world at the chi condensation realm, then that opportunity was too good to pass up. I wonder how different our experience will be in the Blue Sun Academy. Show me the energy, Elder Chun suddenly demanded, his eyes taking on that slightly desperate gleam that reminded me uncomfortably of a spiritual wine addict going through withdrawal. Just a little taste. For research. I shook my head firmly. Lesson first, remember? Otherwise, you'll get distracted and we'll never get to the formation training. He deflated slightly, pouting in a way that no respectable elder should be capable of. You're no fun. But, he brightened suddenly, you're right. Can't neglect proper teaching duties. So, what progress have you made since last week? I allowed myself a small smile. I created my own formation. Oh, he didn't seem particularly impressed. Which level 1 formation did you modify? Actually, I said slowly, enjoying the moment, it's a level 2 formation. The change in his expression was worth waiting for. His eyes widened slightly, the drunken haze clearing as he focused on me with sudden intensity. Show me. I pulled out my formation equipment and knelt on the floor, beginning to draw the symphony shield. I didn't bother explaining what it was. If he was half the formation master I suspected, he'd figure it out soon enough. Interesting foundation structure, he muttered as I drew the outer circle. Oh, detection spiral, very elegant. But those curves, are those energy distribution channels? And those octagonal chambers, resonance amplification. I couldn't help but be impressed as he broke down each component of the formation while I drew it, identifying not just what each part did, but how they worked together. Activate it, he commanded when I finished drawing. The formation came to life, its lines glowing with a steady white light. Elder Chun circled it slowly, his eyes narrowed as he examined every detail. Finally, he clapped his hands together. Impressive. I was worried you might have tried to plagiarize someone else's work, but this, he gestured at the formation, this is genuinely original. The way you've integrated multiple dynamic responses while maintaining stability. Very clever. I nodded, accepting the praise while silently acknowledging that I couldn't have done it without Azure's help. What did you name it? He asked. Symphony Shield. I thought it sounded appropriate. Good name. The elder nodded, but then he smiled that particular smile that made my survival instincts start screaming. Of course, we'll need to test it properly. No, wait dash. I started to protest. But reality was already twisting around us as he transported us back to the beast training grounds. Unauthorized content usage. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, report the violation. I already tested it this morning. I tried explaining quickly. against a swarm of void needle wasps. Oh, he raised an eyebrow. What stage? Stages 3 and 4 mostly, I admitted. He laughed, the sound echoing through the trees. A formation like this should be able to handle any attack below stage 6 if done properly. Even a few stage 6 strikes shouldn't break it. His smile widened. Hong Yu, come say hello to our young formation master. The ground trembled as something massive moved through the trees. I sighed and knelt down to begin drawing, resigning myself to another encounter with the world's most theatrical bear. You know, I muttered as I worked on the outer circle. Most sects test their formations against normal spiritual beasts, or maybe formation-breaking arrays if they're feeling fancy. But no, we have to use the bear. To be fair, Azure commented, Hong Yu does seem uniquely qualified to test defensive formations. Her combination of raw power and tactical creativity provides an excellent challenge. You're just saying that because you enjoy watching me suffer. Before Azure could deny this obvious truth, Hong Yu emerged from the trees. The massive bear was already grinning, which really shouldn't be possible for an ursine face, but somehow she managed it. As I finished drawing the formation, I looked up at her towering form. Stage 6 attacks only, I said firmly. No cheating this time. Hong Yu placed one massive paw against her chest, her expression a picture of wounded innocence. She then proceeded to act out an elaborate pantomime of someone being falsely accused, complete with dramatic gestures and what appeared to be fake crying. Through our soul bond, I felt YGGY stirring restlessly. The vine conveyed a series of impressions that roughly translated to, if Big Furry cheats, I'll show her what real power looks like. I appreciate the thought, I sent back mentally. But maybe let's not pick a fight with the bear who could probably use us as toothpicks. Begin, Elder Chun called out. Hong Yu didn't waste any time. One moment she was standing there, the next she was charging straight at the barrier like a furry avalanche. Her massive paw struck with enough force to shake the ground, but the symphony shield held firm. I felt the detection spiral register the impact, watched as the curved channels redirected power to the threatened area, sensed the resonance chambers amplifying the defensive energy exactly as designed. The massive bear's eyes narrowed. She began circling the barrier, testing it with quick jabs from different angles. Each time, the formation adapted, reinforcing wherever she struck while maintaining minimal power everywhere else. Energy efficiency is good, Elder Chun commented from somewhere behind me. No wastage on areas that aren't being attacked. Hong Yu seemed to take this as a challenge. She reared up on her hind legs, towering over the barrier, and brought both front paws down in an overhead smash that would have flattened a small house. The impact made the formation's lines flare blindingly bright, but the symphony shield held. I couldn't help but grin as frustration started showing on Hong Yu's face. The massive bear backed up several paces, her expression shifting from annoyed to calculating in a way that made my smile fade slightly. Then she opened her mouth and roared. The sound was more than just noise. It was a concentrated blast of spiritual energy that slammed into the barrier like a physical force. For a moment, I felt the formation strain as it tried to handle an attack that was definitely above stage 6, but the resonance chambers actually turned out to be perfect for dealing with sound-based attacks. They caught the sonic energy and redirected it, creating a harmonic loop that actually strengthened the barrier. When Hong Yu finally ran out of breath, the formation collapsed, but only because I'd stopped channeling chi to power it. Excellent, Elder Chun clapped. Congratulations. You are now a level 2 formation practitioner. Hong Yu made a grudging gesture of congratulation, though her attention quickly shifted as Elder Chun pulled out a familiar jar of golden liquid. When he threw it at her, I snatched it from the air. The look on Hong Yu's face was priceless. Her eyes locked onto the jar of spiritual honey in my hands with an intensity that would have been terrifying if it wasn't so funny. She made a series of increasingly dramatic gestures that seemed to be telling a story about a poor, hard-working bear being cruelly denied her just rewards. "Oh, I'm sorry," I said, pretending to examine the jar. "Did you want this? I thought maybe I'd earned it, what with successfully defending against your attacks and all." Hong Yu's expression shifted through several emotions in rapid succession, disbelief, outrage, consideration of violence, and finally something that looked suspiciously like respect for my audacity. She then proceeded to act out an elaborate scene of a bear dying of honey deprivation, complete with tragic last words and a death scene that would have put professional actors to shame. Well, when you put it that way, I tossed her the jar. The sight of a ninth-stage spiritual beast making happy humming noises while licking honey from her claws was something I'd probably never get used to. Before I could fully appreciate the surreal scene, Elder Chun was already raising his hand to transport us back to his quarters. Reality twisted, and suddenly we were standing back among his impressive collection of wine bottles. But instead of settling back into his chair, the elder headed straight for the door. "Wait! Where are you going?" I hurried after him as he strode through the corridors. He glanced back at me with a grin that made me seriously consider running in the opposite direction. "Why, to get your formation practitioner token, of course. It's time you officially joined the guild." "The guild? Oh yes." His smile widened. "You didn't think formation masters just worked independently, did you? We have an entire organization, with rankings and challenges and politics and..." He hiccuped slightly. "Absolutely terrible meetings that I try to sleep through whenever possible." Chapter 135, Joining a Guild. The Formation Guild, Elder Chun Yong began, is far more than just a sect organization. It spans all 4 great continents, maintaining branches in every major sect and city. He gestured broadly at the path ahead, which wound down from the main sect grounds toward a cluster of buildings outside of the sect which I'd always assumed were storage facilities. "I thought those were warehouses," I admitted. They were deceptively simple, plain stone buildings with slanted tile roofs, nothing like the grand architecture of the main sect. "That's intentional," Elder Chun Yong replied. "The Formation Guild values substance over appearance. Though," he added with a slight smirk, "the formations layered into those walls could probably withstand a small army." As we got closer, I began to notice subtle details I'd missed from afar. The stones weren't quite as plain as they appeared. Each one was carved with microscopic runes that seemed to shift and change when viewed from different angles. The roof tiles formed patterns that were only visible when sunlight hit them just right, creating fleeting images of complex geometric designs. "The guild system is one of the few things that transcends sect boundaries," Elder Chun Yong continued. "Formation masters, alchemists, blacksmiths, we all maintain our own networks. Politics between sects may come and go, but the guilds remain constant." "Why here?" I asked, genuinely curious. "Why not in Three Rivers Town or somewhere more central?" "Ah!" Elder Chun Yong's eyes twinkled. "That's a story of convenience and necessity. Most neighboring sects are significantly smaller than Azure Peak. When they needed a regional guild branch, it made sense to place it near the largest concentration of potential members." He paused, then added with a touch of pride, "And of course, having an expert of my caliber nearby didn't hurt." As we approached the entrance, I noticed something that made me do a double-take. The disciples moving in and out weren't wearing the familiar gray, blue, or purple robes of Azure Peak. Instead, they wore pure white robes with varying numbers of horizontal lines across the chest. "The lines indicate rank," Elder Chun Yong explained, noticing my interest. "1 line for level 1, 2 for level 2, and so on. It's a simple system, but effective." He gestured at a young woman hurrying past with 3 lines on her robe. "That disciple might be from the Crimson Sword sect, but here, she's simply a level 3 formation practitioner." "So anyone can join?" I asked, watching the diverse mix of cultivators moving through the courtyard. "Anyone with the skill and proper introduction," he corrected. "The guild maintains certain standards. Usually that means passing a series of tests, but..." He grinned. "Having me vouch for you tends to speed things along." As we entered the main building, I couldn't help but marvel at the interior. The ceiling soared overhead, supported by columns inscribed with spiraling formation diagrams. The floor was a massive formation in itself, though its purpose wasn't immediately apparent. "The identity of a formation expert," Elder Chun Yong continued as we walked, carries weight throughout the cultivation world. Even sects that might normally be hostile will think twice before antagonizing a guild member. We're too valuable, you see. Everyone needs formations, whether they're for defense, cultivation, or simply keeping their wine cellar at the perfect temperature. He patted a nearby wall fondly at that last part. And there are special missions? Oh yes. His eyes lit up. The guild receives requests from all over, everything from analyzing ancient formation arrays to setting up defenses for merchant caravans. The pay is excellent, and more importantly, you get to see formation techniques from different regions and cultures. It's quite educational. We approached a large desk where a severe-looking man was processing applications with mechanical efficiency. The way other disciples deferred to Elder Chen Yong was subtle but noticeable: quick bows, respectful nods, careful maintenance of proper distance. Clearly his level wasn't simple. "Ah, Zhou Qiang," Elder Chen called out to the clerk. "I have a new member to register." The man looked up. "Elder Chen Yong, this is unexpected. You rarely sponsor new members." "This one's special," Elder Chen replied, then launched into an explanation of my symphony shield that made it sound far more impressive than it actually was. As the clerk began processing my registration, I felt a sudden shift in the atmosphere. Elder Chen Yong's posture stiffened slightly, and a few nearby disciples quickly found reasons to be elsewhere. A woman wearing white robes with 6 lines had entered the hall, and though she appeared young, something about her movement set off every survival instinct I possessed. "Chen Yong," she called out with a smile. "Still drowning your failures in wine, I see?" The elder's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. "Madam Butterfly, still pretending to be young, I see?" I nearly choked. Madam Butterfly? Really? That had to be a chosen name, and if so, well, it said a lot about someone's personality when they picked something that dramatically cliché. Now, she glided closer. "Is that any way to greet an old friend? Especially when you still haven't managed to reach Grandmaster." Her smile was sweet enough to rot teeth. "How long has it been now? 3 centuries? 4? 5? Elder Chen ground out. "And as I've explained, my breakthrough to the life realm." Yes, she waved dismissively. "There's always some excuse, isn't there? First it was, I need to focus on my merchant cover. Then it was, the wine method requires specific timing. Now it's the life realm interrupted my progress." She sighed. "If you'd just become a grandmaster already, I could finally return to the Celestial Butterfly sect. Instead, I'm stuck here, babysitting this branch. Politics isn't for me," Elder Chen replied with a blank expression. "That's what all failures say." She patted his cheek condescendingly. "But it's good that you've come to accept your limitations." I watched the exchange with growing fascination. On the surface, it looked like a standard cultivation world rivalry, the kind that usually ended in someone being thrown through several mountains. But there was something else going on here. "Master," Azure's voice echoed in my mind. Based on my analysis of their interaction patterns, vocal tones, and body language, I believe Madame Butterfly is attempting to court Elder Chen. I barely managed to keep my face neutral. Now that Azure pointed it out, it was painfully obvious. The way she kept finding excuses to stay near him, how she turned every conversation into a competition for his attention, even her increasingly aggressive attempts to provoke a reaction. Classic cultivation world flirting, where "I want to kill you" often meant "please notice me." Though in this case, it seemed the target of her affections was completely oblivious. If you encounter this story on Amazon, note that it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. Oh, Madame Butterfly finally seemed to notice me. Taking on another student, Chen Yong? How charitable of you. She examined me. Though this one seems to have some actual talent, unlike your usual strays. Ko-een, Elder Chen introduced me with obvious reluctance. "Meet Madame Butterfly, current overseer of this branch." "Madame Butterfly, this is Ko-een, my newest student." I bowed with careful precision. "This junior greets senior." Humph. She studied me for a moment longer. "Well, at least you taught this one proper manners." Your last one barely managed level 3 before giving up in despair. Kuin has already achieved level 2, Elder Chen Yong replied, a hint of pride creeping into his voice. How nice, she smiled, though it didn't reach her eyes. Perhaps this one will survive long enough to see you finally reach Grandmaster. Though at your rate, that could take another millennium or two. I said my breakthrough dash. I watched them bicker back and forth like an old married couple. Except one party didn't realize that's what they were doing. It was simultaneously amusing and painful to witness. Here's your guild badge. Zhou Qiang interrupted my thoughts, holding out a small metal disc. It was surprisingly heavy for its size, carved with intricate formation patterns that seemed to shift and change as I turned it in my hand. It serves as both identification and a formation focus. The patterns will adjust to match your current level, and it can be used to prove your identity at any guild branch. After receiving a brief overview of guild rules, most of which boiled down to don't embarrass us and pay your dues on time, Elder Chen Yong's catch-up with his friend was finally done. If that's all, Madame Butterfly's voice cut through my thoughts. I have actual work to do, unlike some people who spend their days pretending to be crippled merchants. Elder Chen's eye twitched. At least I'm not pretending to be young. No, you're just pretending to be competent. She turned to leave, then paused. Oh, and Chen Yong? Do try to make it to the next guild meeting. Your unique perspectives on formation theory are always so. Her lips curved in a smile that was equal parts mockery and invitation. Entertaining. We watched her leave, her departure somehow managing to be both graceful and deliberately provocative. Terrible woman, Elder Chen muttered, already pulling out a wine bottle. Complete monster. No respect for proper formation theory at all. I glanced at him sideways. Are you sure that's all she wants? Respect for formation theory. He paused mid-drink. What do you mean? Well, I chose my words carefully. It seems like she might be interested in more than just professional rivalry. The elder actually choked on his wine. What? No. Heavens no. He shuddered. That monster isn't interested in humans. She deserves to be with a demon or something equally horrible. I held back a sigh. Clearly, thousands of years hadn't been enough time for him to catch on to her rather obvious intentions. Then again, given how she expressed those intentions through increasingly elaborate insults and challenges, maybe I couldn't entirely blame him for missing the signs. Part of me was tempted to explain things more clearly, but no. I had enough problems of my own without getting involved in an immortal romance. Knowing my luck, any attempt to help would probably result in both of them declaring blood feuds against me. When we returned to his quarters, Elder Chen Yong's eyes lit up. Now then, can we finally get back to studying that fascinating energy of yours? Actually, I said carefully, I have a few questions first, if you don't mind. He deflated slightly but nodded. Go on. I explained the situation with Wu Lihua and Wu Kongming, watching his expression grow increasingly dark. Do you know who her master is? Elder Chen Yong's face twisted into a scowl. Everyone knows that demoness, Feng Yu, former demonic cultivator, now supposedly reformed and taken in by the sect master. The way he spat out the name suggested there was quite a story there. I'm worried her cultivation technique might be similar to the Heartbreak Dao, I admitted. The way she manipulates emotions. He waved off my concern. There's already been complaints to the sect master. He dismisses such worries. Says Wu Lihua is just a test for the disciples' willpower. Claims her technique can't affect those with strong minds. He took a long drink from a wine bottle that appeared from nowhere. Load of nonsense if you ask me. But what can you do? I frowned. I wasn't worried about myself. But Wu Kongming was exactly the type of person such techniques were designed to exploit, someone with deep emotional wounds and unresolved trauma. The last thing I needed was for him to believe that killing me was the only way his ex would accept him. What's this technique called? I asked. Elder Chen Yong shrugged. Feng Yu keeps it secret, claims it's an ancient inheritance that must be protected. He made air quotes with his fingers, nearly spilling his wine in the process. How can you be sure it's safe then? These techniques, he explained, suddenly serious, they only work on those with heart demons or weak will. Avoid those and you're fine. He paused, then added, mostly fine, probably fine. I sighed but nodded. There wasn't much else I could do about it at this point. Through our soul bond, I felt YGGY's restless energy. The vine had been growing, increasingly eager to explore outside my inner world, and I could sense its curiosity about this new world. Master, I said carefully, I have another question. Are there beasts or beings with energy different from normal chi? How common is that? The elder took a thoughtful sip from his wine bottle. Spiritual beasts are the most common, of course. But as cultivators progress through the realms, they often create their own beings. Life realm cultivators especially. Once you understand the principles of life creation, you can make all sorts of interesting creatures. He waved his hand dismissively. It's really not that strange to see unusual beings with unique energy signatures. I nodded slowly, thinking of Wei Yi Wei Lin's father. The man wasn't exactly human, some sort of artificial being created through advanced cultivation techniques. If such things were common enough for the higher realms that they didn't question them. Elder Chun Yong's eyes widened suddenly. For you to ask this question, I assume you've encountered something unusual. I debated with myself for a moment. The elder already knew about the Blue Sun's energy, arguably one of my biggest secrets. Compared to that, YGGY was relatively minor. Besides, since the vine was created by Elder Malric, it was technically an artificial being. The elder would probably just assume it was something someone had created and I had found. Not exactly inaccurate. Actually, I said, making my decision, I wanted to introduce you to someone. Chapter 136. Meet YGGY. I wanted to introduce you to someone. Elder Chin Yong raised an eyebrow, his hand pausing halfway through reaching for another bottle of spiritual wine. Oh? And who might that be? I took a deep breath. YGGY. Would you like to come out and meet my master, Elder Chin Yong? For a moment, nothing happened. I could feel YGGY's presence through our soul bond, a mix of excitement and sudden shyness. After days of practically begging to explore outside my inner world, now that the moment had arrived, the vine was having second thoughts. It's okay, I encouraged mentally. Elder Chin Yong is, well, he's mostly harmless. When he's not throwing formations at people for testing purposes. That got a ripple of amusement through our bond. And finally, I felt YGGY make its decision. A shimmer of green light appeared beside me, coalescing into a familiar form. The vine materialized slowly, almost hesitantly, its leaves rustling softly as it oriented itself in the physical world. Elder Chun Yong's reaction was not quite what I expected. Instead of surprise or shock, his eyes lit up. He leaned forward in his chair, nearly falling out of it in his enthusiasm, and began muttering rapid observations. Fascinating structure. Unique energy signature. Is that a touch of demonic chi? No, something else. Reddish energy, but different. He squinted, then his eyes widened. And there, just a hint of that blue energy of yours, but integrated differently. I nodded slowly. That made sense. YGGY was originally an experiment by Elder Malric. He mainly used red sun energy in the creation process. He was a skybound cultivator, after all. The blue energy aspects were more experimental. As for how he got access to that, I didn't want to know. Elder Chin hummed thoughtfully, still studying YGGY with intense focus. No cultivation system of its own, being powered entirely through the soul bond. Very efficient design, though it must put quite a strain on your energy reserves. It seemed that the elder mistook YGGY and me sharing access to the energy of the two suns to YGGY being powered by the soul bond. Without a large red sun in the sky for YGGY to draw energy from, it had to rely on the miniature red sun in my inner world. The shared access was something I'd been increasingly aware of lately. My capacity for red sun energy wasn't exactly known for its size. In a prolonged battle, having both of us drawing from the same pool could become problematic. Master, Azure's voice chimed in my mind. Remember how some of Elder Malric's other creations were learning to weave runes? Perhaps YGGY could develop similar capabilities. Now that was an interesting thought. I'd been considering this possibility ever since the battle with the Queen Wasp, where I realized just how much I relied on the Two Suns magic system. But if YGGY could learn to weave its own runes, it would give me more flexibility in combat. I could focus on chi-based techniques while YGGY handled the solar energies. Not that I'd abandon using the sun's power entirely. The Blink Step rune had become too integral to my fighting style, but having options was always good. While I was lost in thought, something unexpected was happening. YGGY, apparently having gotten over its initial shyness, had begun to warm up to Elder Chun. The vine was now curiously extending tendrils toward the various wine bottles scattered around the room and began examining their labels. "Careful with those," Elder Chun warned, though his tone was more amused than concerned. "Some of these vintages can pack quite a punch, even for a spiritual being." YGGY quickly withdrew its tendrils, sending me an impression that roughly translated to, "I wasn't going to drink any, probably." As curious as I was on finding out what effect drinking spiritual wine would have on a being that ran on a different energy system, I had no intention of dealing with a drunk vine, or worse. This content has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. "That's wise, Master," Azure commented. "Until we're sure chi isn't poisonous to YGGY, we should be careful." Azure was right. Despite chi being everywhere in the cultivation world and YGGY not showing an adverse reaction to it thus far, that was a different situation to allowing a large concentrated amount into its body. Hurting YGGY wasn't worth satisfying my curiosity. "So," Elder Chun Yong said, "what can your little friend here do? Besides having impeccable taste in wine, of course." I looked at YGGY. "Wanna show him, buddy?" The vine perked up immediately. In a flash, it extended upward, demonstrating its ability to rapidly change size and shape. Tendrils whipped through the air, weaving complex patterns that showed off both its control and combat potential. Then the more impressive displays. YGGY demonstrated how it could harden its exterior, creating armor-like plates that could absorb quite a bit of impact. It showed how it could divide into a number of separately controlled segments, each able to attack or defend on its own. Throughout the demonstration, Elder Chun Yong's face had become increasingly impressed. "Remarkable intelligence," he muttered, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. "The amount of independent judgment, the tactical sense. I hadn't been looking forward to babysitting brats when I finally get around to creating my own advanced beings. But seeing this," he reached out to gently pat one of YGGY's leaves. "Maybe it wouldn't be so bad after all." YGGY preened under the praise, its leaves rustling with obvious pleasure. Through our link, I could feel its delight at being recognized not just as a weapon or a pet, but as an intelligent being. "Where did you find it?" Elder Chun Yong asked. When I didn't say a word, he laughed and waved his hand at me. "Okay, I didn't figure you'd say anything anyway. You like playing the paranoid private guy." He grew more somber. "Just be careful, boy. If you've stolen another cultivator's creation, things won't end well." "There was no stealing involved," I said firmly, though inwardly I had to suppress a wince. Elder Malric might beg to differ on that point. The old Skybound had seemed genuinely hurt when YGGY chose me over him. Though really, what did he expect after experimenting on the poor thing for who knows how long? Whoever created this being, Elder Chun Yong mused. They clearly possessed remarkable skill. The integration of different energy types, the level of autonomous intelligence, the efficiency of the design. Truly masterful work. I held back a smile, knowing that Elder Malric would have loved to hear those compliments. For all his faults, the man was first and foremost a researcher, and recognition of his work would have meant everything to him. It was sad that he didn't get any in his own world. There was something I needed to clarify. "So, no one is going to try to kill me and try take YGGY away from me." Elder Chen's expression grew serious. Those of us in the life realm might be interested in studying such an artificial being, hoping to comprehend something that could help with our own creations. But forcefully taking it, he shook his head. There's no need. Plenty of artificial beings are available for purchase if you know where to look. That made sense, actually. Someone at my level wouldn't have access to such markets, but higher-level cultivators undoubtedly had their own secret trading networks for cultivation resources of that caliber. Why risk a fight when you could just buy what you needed? Speaking of studying things, Elder Chen's eyes took on that familiar gleam. Now that I've met your fascinating friend here, perhaps we could get back to examining that blue energy of yours? I couldn't help but smile. Some things never changed. All right, YGGY. Time to head back inside. The vine gave one last affectionate pat to a nearby wine bottle, then dissolved back into green light, returning to my inner world. I could feel its satisfaction. It had shown off its abilities and gotten praise from a powerful cultivator. All in all, a successful first outing. I closed my eyes and reached for the familiar presence of the blue sun. As its energy filled me, I opened my eyes to find Elder Chen Yong completely still, his wine bottle forgotten in his hand as he stared with an intensity I'd rarely seen from him before. There were no maniac observations, no drunken ramblings, just silence. When the energy finally faded, the elder looked like he might actually faint. "Master," I asked, concerned. "Are you all right?" He nodded slowly, his face pale. I need to go into closed-door cultivation. Immediately. He stood up, swaying slightly. "Continue your studies. The guild library has excellent resources. I'll contact you when I'm done." Before I could respond, reality twisted around me, and I found myself standing in the outer sect area, completely alone. "Well," Azure said after a moment of silence, "that was dramatic." I nodded, absently turning my new guild badge over in my hands as I considered everything that had happened. Something about the Blue Sun's energy had profoundly affected Elder Chen Yong, enough to send the Formation Master into immediate seclusion. I wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. "Master, at least we have guild access now," Azure said. "That should help with our formation studies whilst the Elder cultivates." "Yes, but I can't help but wonder what he saw this time that affected him so strongly." I glanced up at the sky, where I knew the blue sun would be shining in another world. Whatever it was, I hope it doesn't cause too many problems. Chapter 137. The Rotting Fruit. I sat cross-legged on the floor of my quarters, idly turning my Formation Guild token between my fingers as I contemplated my next move. Through the window, I could see disciples hurrying about their daily routines in the courtyard below, their voices a distant murmur. "Well," I said mentally, "I guess we need to adjust the training plan." The original schedule was weekly formation lessons with Elder Chun, team practice with Wei Lin and Lin Mei, and any spare time in this world devoted to studying formations and manipulating plants, but with Elder Chen Yong no longer available, that would need to change. "Yes," Azure agreed, "but the gap between level 2 and level 3 formations is substantial. Even with guild resources, it's not something we could master before the tournament. With level 2, we're basically just juggling pure chi in fancy patterns." I added. "Sure, it needs to be precise, and yes, the formations can respond to basic stimuli, but at least chi behaves predictably." I traced one of the spiral patterns in my notes. "But level 3? That's when we start playing with elemental energies. Fire chi that wants to explode if you look at it wrong. Water chi that'll flood your entire array if you don't maintain perfect flow control. And don't even get me started on trying to create sustainable elemental circuits." Through our bond, YGGY sent an impression of curiosity about the formations, along with what felt like a suggestion that plant-based chi might be easier to work with. "Sorry, little friend, but wood chi can be just as tricky," I chuckled. "Plus, we'd need completely different materials. These copper and silver anchors wouldn't cut it anymore. We'd need specialized elemental inks, high-purity jade, probably some beast cores. I'm not sure the payoff would be worth the time investment." "Master, your current formation skills are sufficient to support the group during the tournament," Azure cut in. "Perhaps it's time to focus on your personal cultivation?" I smiled slightly. Azure had a talent for stating things diplomatically when he tried to. What he really meant was, you need to get stronger, fast. Wu Kongming was already at the 7th stage of qi condensation, and by the time he returned from his training journey, he'd likely be even more powerful. Speaking of which, Azure continued, breaking through to the 7th stage will require further development of your inner world. And given Elder Chun Yong's observations about your potential to create life. The Blue Sun Academy. I finished the thought. Yes, I've been thinking about that too. If I could learn to better control the Blue Sun's energy, theoretically I could create life forms in my inner world even at the qi condensation realm. I paused. Not only will that trigger a breakthrough, but it would be unprecedented. YGGY sent an impression of excitement, the idea of more plant-based life, or perhaps just any life in general, in my inner world clearly appealed to it. However, Azure cautioned, before we attempt any world walking, we need to properly conceal both suns' energy signatures. The last thing we need is to attract Viara's attention. Yes, she's killed me enough times already. I suppressed a shudder. I'd rather not add to that tally. The plan was simple. Enter the Two Suns world, pretend to be a normal mortal, running away terrified for his life, and only when I was far enough that Viara couldn't sense me, then I could figure out a way to get to the Blue Sun Academy. Unlike the Skybound, who were feared by the masses, the Light Weavers had cultivated a righteous, welcoming image. It shouldn't be too difficult to find their academy. They were priests, so there should be churches around, right? Closing my eyes, I shifted my awareness into my inner world. The familiar landscape spread out before me, mountains in the northwest, the garden quadrant in the northeast, open spaces for future development in the southeast, and meditation plateaus in the southwest. At the center, the Genesis seed towered majestically. An array of runes surrounded it. Above it all, the red and blue suns traced their eternal orbits. I focused on them, willing them to descend into the Genesis seed's shade. This time, the blue sun complied easily enough, seeming almost playful as it ducked beneath the massive canopy. The red sun, however, "Come on," I muttered as the crimson orb stubbornly maintained its position. "Don't be difficult." The Genesis seed, apparently sharing my impatience, extended its branches. Root-like tendrils shot upward, wrapping around the red sun and physically dragging it down into concealment. I could have sworn I heard the blue sun chuckling. A case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. Right then, I said, focusing on the connection between the suns and their world. Let's try this again. Master, wait. Azure's voice carried unusual urgency. Take a look at the golden fruit. I glanced up at the highest branches of the Genesis seed, where the mysterious golden sphere had appeared after our repeated world walking. What I saw made me frown. The fruit, which had been perfectly formed and radiant just days ago, was now showing signs of decay. Its golden surface was dulling, developing patches of darkness that seemed to spread even as I watched. Small motes of light occasionally broke free from its surface, dissipating into nothingness. What's happening to it? I asked, though I had a sinking feeling I already knew. The connection to its world appears to be breaking down. Azure confirmed my fears. Once that connection is completely severed, the fruit will disappear, and we'll lose our chance to find out where it leads. I finished. How long? Days at most, likely only hours. It's difficult to be certain with something this unique. I crossed my arms, considering our options. The original plan had been straightforward: visit the Blue Sun Academy, learn more about controlling the Blue Sun's energy, possibly create some life forms in my inner world. The golden fruit had been a fascinating mystery, but one I'd intended to investigate later, after I'd grown stronger. But now, if we stick to the original plan, I thought aloud, we lose whatever opportunity this fruit represents. But if we investigate the fruit, we delay our training at the Blue Sun Academy. The way forward was obvious to me, but I decided to ask Azure what he thought. The Blue Sun Academy will still be there later, he agreed. This fruit, however, won't be. I nodded. and we have no idea what we might be missing if we let it fade away. So, we're changing the plan? Yes, the Blue Sun Academy can wait for a little longer, I confirmed. Let's see what this golden fruit has to show us. Moving closer to the Genesis seed, I extended my hand upward. The great tree seemed to understand my intent, its branches bending down to deliver the golden fruit into my palm. Up close, the decay was even more apparent. What had once been pure, living gold was now mottled with patches of dull brown and black. I turned the fruit over in my hands, studying it from all angles. It was perfectly spherical, about the size of my fist, and despite its deteriorating condition, it still pulsed with that strange, primal energy I'd sensed before. So, I glanced at Azure. How exactly do we activate it? I mean, it's a fruit, so theoretically I could eat it, but... I gestured at my current form, a spiritual projection within my inner world. That seems problematic. Perhaps try taking a bite anyway? Azure suggested. The normal rules of physics don't exactly apply here. I raised an eyebrow. That's your advice? Just bite the mysterious golden fruit and see what happens. Do you have a better suggestion? He had a point. I couldn't think of anything else. Taking a deep breath I technically didn't need, I raised the fruit to my lips. Its surface was warm, almost fever-hot, and I could feel that strange energy buzzing against my skin. Well, my spiritual projection's skin. Whatever. Here goes nothing, I muttered and took a bite. For a moment, nothing happened. The fruit had no taste, which was probably for the best given its decaying state. Then the energy that had been gently pulsing through it suddenly surged, washing over me in a wave that made my spiritual sense tingle. The sensation was, not precisely uncomfortable, but definitely strange. It reminded me of that moment just before world walking, that feeling of being between realities, except more everything. More intense, more real, more. The thought trailed off as the world around me began to blur. The Genesis seed, the carefully arranged quadrants of my inner world, even Azure's presence. All of it started to fade away. The last thing I heard was Azure's voice, saying something that might have been good luck, or possibly, don't die too soon. Then everything went dark. Chapter 138. A Demon's Bargain? Han Rinny stared at his reflection in the cracked mirror, adjusting the jade pendant that hung from his neck. The piece was beautiful despite its age. Intricate carvings of mountains and rivers adorned its surface, telling stories of a more prosperous time. It was also the last valuable item his family owned, a bitter reminder of how far the once mighty Han merchant clan had fallen. "Young master," a servant called from outside his door. "Your father requests your presence in the main hall." Rinny sighed, running a hand through his jet-black hair. He tied it back in a loose ponytail, a style that managed to look both respectable and slightly rebellious, much like himself, he supposed. His green eyes, unusual in this part of the world, met their reflection's gaze. "Tell him I'll be there shortly," he called back, straightening his robes. They were well made but showing signs of wear, much like everything else in the Han household these days. The walk through the family compound was a study in faded glory. Wooden panels that had once gleamed with polish now showed their age, and gaps in the roof tiles let in streams of early morning light. They still maintained appearances in the areas visitors might see, but it was a losing battle against time and dwindling resources. Young Master Han, Old Pa, their last remaining gardener, waved from where he was fighting a losing battle against a particularly aggressive patch of weeds. "The peonies are blooming early this year." Rinny managed to smile. Old Pa had been with the family longer than Rinny had been alive, and he still tended the gardens with the same dedication he'd shown in their more prosperous days, even though they could barely afford to pay him anymore. "They look beautiful, Uncle Pa," Rinny said, using the familiar form of address the old man had earned through decades of service. The flowers really did look lovely, spots of defiant color amid the general decline. "Ah, but you should have seen them in your grandfather's time," Old Pa sighed. "Back then, the rookie was so thick in the air, you could almost taste it." Rinny nodded, having heard variations of this story many times before. Everyone old enough to remember spoke of how different things had been back then. How the rookie had flowed more freely, how breaking through to higher tiers had been commonplace rather than rare. The world's not what it used to be, Old Po continued, attacking a particularly stubborn weed with his trowel. But we make do with what we have, eh? Speaking of which, you'd better not keep your father waiting. Right? The summons. Rini quickened his pace. His father, Han Zhongwei, waited in the main hall. Once, this room had hosted meetings with merchant princes and sect leaders. Now, its emptiness seemed to echo with memories of better days. The older man stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back as he gazed out at the garden where weeds were slowly reclaiming the carefully arranged paths. "Rini," his father said without turning. "How goes your cultivation?" "Steady progress," Rini replied, moving to stand beside him. The breakthrough to Tier 1 was expensive, but worth it. He left unsaid how that expense had forced them to sell off 3 more warehouses and let go of a dozen longtime employees. His father nodded slowly. "Good. That's good." He finally turned, and Rini was struck by how much older he looked. The past few years had carved new lines into his face, turned more of his hair gray. "We received another message from Elder Zhou Shentong this morning." Rini's hands clenched involuntarily. "Let me guess, another generous offer to buy out our remaining holdings at a fraction of their worth? If only it were that simple." His father's smile held no humor. "No, this time he's offering to merge our families through marriage. Your sister, specifically." "What?" Rini's voice came out sharper than he intended. "Qingyi is barely 18, and that old bastard already has 3 wives. 4. His father corrected quietly. He added the Lu family's youngest daughter to his collection last month. Apparently, they too were facing financial difficulties that mysteriously resolved after the wedding. Rini felt his stomach turn. Lord Zhou was known throughout the region for his wealth and influence, but also for his cruelty and capricious nature. His previous wives were rarely seen in public, and the rumors about their treatment. So that's his game? Squeeze us until we have no choice but to sell Qingyi like some commodity? Scum. Language, son. The rebuke was automatic, a holdover from better days when maintaining face had actually mattered. But essentially, yes, the 3-leaf clover sect has been systematically absorbing smaller merchant families for the past decade. Those who cooperate are rewarded with positions and resources. Those who resist, he gestured at their surroundings. "We can't let this happen," Rini declared. "There has to be another way." His father's expression softened. "I've spent the last year looking for one. Our traditional allies are either already under Zhou's influence or too afraid to help. The smaller sects won't challenge the 3-leaf clover's authority. And our attempts to rebuild our trade routes have been systematically blocked. Then we'll find untraditional allies," Rini insisted. "What about the Formation Guild? They're neutral in most conflicts, and they're always looking for new talent. If I could apprentice with them, unless you showed heavenly talent, the entrance fee alone would cost more than everything we own." His father interrupted gently.
No, son.
"I appreciate your determination, but we need to be realistic." Rini wanted to argue further, but movement in the courtyard caught his attention. A group of men was approaching the main gate, Rochin, judging by their bearing and the energy signatures he could sense. Their robes bore the 3-leaf emblem of Zhou's sect. "Right on schedule," his father murmured. "They're here to escort me to a meeting with Elder Zhou." He straightened his robes, a shadow of his old merchant's dignity settling over him. "While I'm gone, I need you to." "Father, no." Rini stepped between him and the door. "Let me go instead. I'm the one with Rookie now. I can." "Can what?" His father's voice was sharp. "Fight them? Even with your breakthrough, you're barely at the early stages of Tier 1. Any one of Zhou's enforcers could kill you without breaking a sweat." His expression softened. "No, your job is to stay here and protect your sister. Whatever happens today, promise me you won't do anything rash." Rini wanted to protest, to insist that he could handle whatever Zhou threw at them. But he could read the fear behind his father's stern expression. Not fear for himself, but for his children. I promise. His father nodded, then reached up to adjust Renee's collar in a gesture that felt decades younger. Good boy. Your mother would have been proud. Now, I believe I have some guests to greet. Rennie watched helplessly as his father walked out to meet Joe's men. Their voices drifted back, polite words masking implied threats. The dance of cultivator politics that had never been the Han family's strong suit. Then they were gone, leaving Rennie alone with his thoughts and his growing anger. The narrative has been taken without authorization. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. Han Rennie spent the next hour pacing the halls of the family compound, trying to think of solutions and discarding them one by one. The few remaining servants gave him a wide berth, probably sensing the agitated swirls of Rookie that followed in his wake. Young Master, one of the braver servants, an elderly woman who had helped raise him, approached cautiously. Perhaps some tea would help calm. I'm calm, Rennie snapped, then immediately regretted it when she flinched. I'm sorry, Auntie Lou. I feel so useless. Father's out there facing who knows what, and I'm stuck here because I'm not strong enough to help. The old woman's expression softened. Strength comes in many forms, young master. Your father gains his from knowing you and your sister are safe. Safe? Rennie laughed bitterly. How safe will Chingy be when Joe decides to add her to his collection of wives? How safe will any of us be when... He broke off as a commotion erupted at the main gate. Servants scattered as three figures burst into the courtyard. Not Joe's men returning with his father, but strangers wearing the nondescript clothes of professional rookins for hire. Mercenaries. Young Master Han, one of them called out, his voice carrying false cheer. We bring an invitation from Lord Joe. He requests your immediate presence. Renee's mind raced. If they were here for him, then something had gone wrong at the meeting. Had his father? No, he couldn't think about that now. He needed to focus on the immediate threat. Auntie Lou, he said quietly. Get Chingy and the others out through the back gate. Use the old tunnel if you have to. But young master, go. He gave her a gentle push toward the servants' quarters, then turned to face the intruders. I'm afraid I'll have to decline Lord Joe's generous invitation. I have prior commitments. The mercenaries spread out, moving to cut off potential escape routes. Their leader smiled, and there was nothing false about the cruelty in it now. I'm afraid we must insist. Renee's hand went to the sword at his waist, another family heirloom, though at least this one had practical value. And I'm afraid I must resist. What followed was a brief but intense exchange of blows. Renee was good. His father had insisted on proper martial training since he could walk. But these men were professionals. More importantly, they were all at the late stages of Tier 1, while he had only recently broken through. He managed to wound one of them, a lucky strike that opened a shallow cut along the man's arm, but that only seemed to make them angry. The leader's next attack sent him crashing through a wooden screen, and he barely rolled away from a follow-up strike that would have taken his head off. You're only making this worse for yourself, one of the mercenaries called out as Rennie scrambled to his feet. Lord Joe might have been merciful before, but now? Rennie's response was to throw a decorative vase at the man's head, following it up with a burst of Rookie that made the ceramic explode into dangerous shards. He used the distraction to bolt for the gate, hoping to draw them away from the compound and give the few servants they still employed time to escape with Chingy. The streets of the merchant district were mostly empty at this hour. The sun had barely cleared the horizon, and most legitimate businesses wouldn't open for another hour. The few early risers took one look at the chase and quickly found somewhere else to be. As he ran, Rennie tried to think of a way out of this mess. He could try to lose them in the warehouse district. He knew those buildings well from better days when the Han family's trade empire had been worth knowing. But the mercenaries were gaining on him, their superior cultivation letting them slowly close the gap. A slash of Rookie-enhanced steel caught him across the back, not deep enough to be fatal but enough to make him stumble. He turned the stumble into a roll, coming up with his sword ready. but he could feel warm blood soaking into his robes. "Young Master Han," the leader called out, his tone mockingly formal. "Why make this difficult? Lord Zhou merely wishes to discuss some business matters with you. Mr. Chu can go himself." Rennie spat, though the effect was somewhat ruined by the blood dripping from his chapped lips, a souvenir from their earlier exchange. "I know exactly what kind of discussion he's thinking about." The leader sighed. "As you wish. We'll simply deliver your corpse then. I'm sure that will send an equally effective message to your father." Rennie tried to keep track of all three attackers, but his vision was starting to blur at the edges. The wound on his back burned, and he could feel his strength ebbing with each passing moment. He barely managed to deflect a thrust aimed at his throat, only to catch a kick to his ribs that sent him stumbling again. This time, when he tried to roll away, a blade caught him just below the left shoulder blade. The pain was distant somehow, academic. He was aware of falling, of the cold stone against his cheek, but it all felt like it was happening to someone else. "Make sure he stays down," he heard someone say. "But keep him breathing for now." Lord Zhou wanted him to have time to reflect on his choices. As Rennie's vision began to blur, something strange happened. A figure materialized in the air above him, translucent, ghostly, yet somehow more real than his surroundings. For a moment, his dying mind latched onto childhood stories of the celestial sovereign's messengers, divine beings who would sometimes appear to the worthy in their hour of need. But no, the celestial sovereign had abandoned them all centuries ago, leaving their world to slowly wither and die. This was something else. The being's form was too solid, too human, despite its spectral nature. A demon, then? Some dark spirit come to feast on his dying essence? If so, it wasn't like any demon from the stories. There was no malevolence in its presence, no sense of ancient evil or corrupting influence. Just purpose, and perhaps a hint of desperation that matched his own. "You are dying. Do you want to live?" The voice bypassed his ears entirely, speaking directly into his mind. "Power? Revenge? I can give you both. All you have to do is accept me." Rennie almost laughed, though his punctured lung made that impossible. A demon's bargain at the moment of death. But what choice did he really have? His father was probably already dead. His sister would be forced into Zhou's harem. Their family legacy would be erased, generations of honest trade replaced by another corrupt cultivator's victory. The traditional wisdom said it was better to die with honor than live with shame. But honor hadn't saved them from Zhou's ambitions. Honor hadn't kept food on their servants' tables or maintained the roof over their heads. Honor was a luxury they could no longer afford. And if this being was offering him a chance, any chance, to protect what remained of his family and pay back those who had destroyed them, well, he'd gladly throw away his soul for that. With the last of his strength, Rennie forced his dying lips to form one word: yes. And that's when everything went dark.
Chapter 139, Ruki và Rukin.
The first thing I noticed when I opened my eyes was that I still didn't have eyes to open. Or a body. Or, well, anything physical at all. I was just floating there, a spiritual consciousness untethered from flesh. Well, I thought to Azure, this is different. Usually, when I jumped between worlds, I woke up already nestled in a convenient corpse that had somehow recovered from a deadly injury, ready to start my new life. The whole ghost floating around looking for a body thing was definitely new. Perhaps it's because we used the Genesis Seeds fruit rather than the system, Azure suggested. The mechanics of transition might be fundamentally different. I nodded, or at least performed the spiritual equivalent of nodding since, no actual head. Makes sense. We can't assume anything works the same way here. I paused, considering. Though I have to admit, I'm a little disappointed about the energy in this place. The world around us felt thin somehow. The ambient chi, if you could even call it that, was nothing like the primal force I'd sensed from the golden fruit. It was weaker, diluted, almost like someone had taken normal chi and watered it down until it was barely recognizable. The primal energy we sensed likely came from the Genesis seed itself, Azure theorized. It was probably just the power that enabled the world walking, not a representation of this world's energy. Yeah, that tracks. I sighed, watching as a wispy tendril of the local energy drifted past. Still, what is this stuff? Feels almost like chi, but not quite. Before Azure could respond, I noticed my surroundings properly for the first time. I was floating above what appeared to be a city, though city might have been a generous term. The buildings were a hodgepodge of architectural styles, ranging from what looked like ancient Chinese influences to something more industrial. Most were in various states of disrepair, with crumbling walls and patched roofs that spoke of long-term decay rather than sudden destruction. The streets below were dimly lit by what looked like crystal lanterns, though many were cracked or flickering. The few people still out at this hour hurried along with their heads down, their clothes a mix of traditional robes and more practical working wear. Everything had a worn, tired quality to it, like a painting that had been left in the sun too long, its colors slowly fading away. We should gather information, Azure suggested, but be mindful of your soul essence consumption. Without a physical vessel, you're burning through it simply by existing here. Right? That was definitely something to worry about later. For now, I drifted down toward what looked like the local equivalent of a pub. The wooden sign above the door was too faded to read, but the sounds of conversation and the smell of cheap alcohol were universal constants, apparently. I passed through the wall, which, let me tell you, is a very weird sensation even when you're expecting it, and found myself in a room that could have been pulled straight from a wuxia novel's local tavern template. Round tables, wooden stools, the distinct aroma of whatever passed for Baiju in this world. The only thing missing was the mysterious old expert drinking alone in the corner. Instead, the clientele seemed to be mostly middle-aged men, their clothes suggesting various working-class professions. A group of what looked like dock workers occupied one corner, while what I guessed were craftsmen of some sort clustered around another table. The conversations overlapped, creating a steady murmur of voices discussing everything from daily complaints to telling you it's getting worse. One particularly vocal man was saying, punctuating his words by slamming his cup down. His dirty face and calloused hands marked him as someone who worked with his hands, though the slight shimmer of energy around him suggested he had at least some cultivation. My grandfather used to say that in his day you could feel the rookie thick in the air like soup. Now, it's like trying to breathe through a wet cloth. His companions nodded glumly. One of them, a thin man with a thick beard, leaned forward. Ever since the celestial sovereign vanished, everything's been going downhill. My oldest just started training, and you know what the instructor told me? Said there hasn't been a breakthrough to Tier 3 in centuries. Centuries? That caught my attention. Tier 3? And what was this about a celestial sovereign? It's not just that, another man chimed in, this one wearing what looked like a merchant's robes, though they'd seen better days. The stories say that back a few millennia ago, Tier 5 wasn't even considered impressive. Now, we're lucky if someone reaches Tier 2 before their hair turns gray. The rookie's running out, the first speaker declared with the certainty of the thoroughly drunk. Running out like water in a cracked jar. Soon there won't be any Rochin left at all, mark my words. We'll all be nothing but mortals, scrambling in the dust. I floated there, processing what I'd heard. Rookie instead of chi, Rochin instead of cultivators, and a world that seemed to be slowly dying. The implications were troubling. Azure, I thought, what do you make of this? It appears this world is experiencing some form of energy decay, he replied. Though whether this will result in complete entropy or perhaps a transition to a different type of civilization, like your Earth, is unclear. I was about to respond when Azure's tone shifted to one of urgency. Master, your soul essence is depleting faster than anticipated. It is now at 70%. We need to find you a vessel soon. A quick internal check confirmed he was right. The simple act of existing in this world as a spiritual entity was consuming my energy at an alarming rate. I needed a body, and I needed one fast, preferably a fresh corpse. I'd had enough experience with those to be comfortable with the arrangement. The thought of possessing a living person made my non-existent stomach turn. It was one thing to inhabit an empty vessel, to give new purpose to a body whose original owner had already moved on. But to forcibly enter someone else's body? That felt wrong. Even in a cultivation world where morality often took a back seat to power, there were lines I preferred not to cross. There are pragmatic concerns as well, Azure pointed out. A living host would likely resist the possession, making the process more difficult and dangerous for both parties. He had a point. The streets were mostly empty at this hour, but I searched methodically, checking alleys and doorways for any recently deceased. I even found a promising location, a small shrine where the local custom seemed to be leaving bodies for collection in the morning. But the only corpse there was already days old, too decomposed to serve as a viable vessel. I tried a few animal corpses next, a stray dog, a cat that looked like it had lost a fight with something bigger. But each attempt at possession failed. It felt like trying to push through a wall made of rubber. There was resistance, then a sudden recoil that sent me tumbling backward through the air. Apparently, the rules of this world were more specific than I'd hoped. Master, Azure warned, your soul essence is now below 50%. He was right. I could feel the energy draining away with each moment I remained in this spectral state. If I didn't find a solution soon, maybe, I thought reluctantly, maybe we could find someone who wouldn't mind sharing temporarily, just until we can locate a proper vessel. Someone in a bad situation who might welcome the help. And you would release control back to them afterward? Azure asked carefully. Enjoying the story? Show your support by reading it on the official site. Of course, I nodded. I'd make it worth their while to help them improve their cultivation. Leave them some techniques, something to compensate them for the intrusion. It still felt wrong, but better than simply taking over someone's life entirely. With that compromise in mind, I began searching the streets again, this time looking for the living rather than the dead. It wasn't a perfect solution, but I didn't have any other option. The first potential candidate I found was a young man who looked to be some sort of hunter, judging by his leather gear and the bow strapped across his back. He was sleeping in an alley, probably having spent his last coins on drinks. More importantly, I could sense that his cultivation was stagnant, not even at the first tier. Perhaps I could help him advance in exchange for temporary use of his body? I moved closer and attempted to enter the hunter's body, expecting the usual smooth transition I'd experienced with the system. Instead, I felt that same rubbery-type resistance and was pushed back. The hunter shifted slightly in his sleep, but otherwise showed no sign of noticing the attempted possession. Well, I managed after regaining my equilibrium. That was unpleasant. Perhaps we need to consider different criteria for compatibility, Azure suggested. The system might have handled certain aspects of the transition that we now need to manage ourselves. Right? Because that wasn't vague at all. Still, he had a point. I spent the next hour trying to possess various people. Drunks, beggars, even a few cultivators or Rochin, I suppose I should call them here. Each attempt ended the same way, with me being forcefully ejected while my intended vessel remained blissfully unaware. It wasn't until I came across an old man collapsed in a side street that things changed. He was clearly near death, his breath coming in shallow gasps as he shivered in the cold night air. As I approached, considering him as another potential vessel, something unexpected happened. "Who's there?" the old man wheezed, his rheumy eyes searching the darkness. I froze. "You can hear me?" The old man's eyes widened in terror as I apparently materialized in his vision. He tried to scramble backward, his movements weak and uncoordinated. "No, no, no, not yet. Please, I'm not ready." "Wait," I started to say, but he was already babbling prayers. "Great celestial sovereign, protect your humble servant." His words devolved into incoherent muttering as passers-by stepped around him, apparently used to the sight of ranting drunks. Then, mid-prayer, the old man's eyes glazed over. His body slumped, the last breath leaving him in a quiet sigh. Just like that, Another soul had departed this slowly dying world. Well, I said after a moment, that was depressing. Though potentially informative, Azure noted. He could see you, perhaps because he was already close to death's door? Anyways, we can figure that out later. Your soul essence is now at 30%. You need to enter his body now. I nodded and took a deep breath that I didn't really need and flew into the old man's body. But this time I didn't feel any resistance. The body wasn't exactly rejecting me, but it wasn't accepting me either. It was just empty, cold. A shell without the spark needed to sustain life. What if? I said slowly as I left the corpse. We need something in between. Not fully alive, but not completely dead either. You mean someone in a state between life and death? Azure considered this. It's possible. It would explain why the old man was able to interact with you. But where exactly are we supposed to find someone who's dying but not dead yet? It's not exactly something you can put an advertisement out for. More pressingly, Azure interrupted. Your soul essence is now below 25%. I'm not certain what will happen when it reaches 0, but I doubt it will be pleasant. That was a good point. A very good point. The last thing I needed was to find out what happened to a world-walking soul when it ran out of energy in a foreign reality. Would I just cease to exist? Get snapped back to my body in the cultivation world? Or maybe get trapped here as a genuine ghost, haunting this dying world forever? None of those options sounded particularly appealing. I was about to suggest we try a different approach entirely when I heard something that made me pause. The unmistakable sound of steel on steel, accompanied by angry shouts. Well, I said, already moving toward the noise. Either that's someone trying to die, or someone trying to help someone else die. Either way, it might be worth checking out. The sounds led me to what appeared to be a warehouse district. The buildings here were larger, mostly stone and metal rather than wood, with high windows and heavy doors. Perfect for storing goods, or for hiding less legitimate activities. As I approached, I could make out more details. 3 figures were facing off against a single opponent in what looked like a loading area between 2 warehouses. The 3 attackers moved with the coordinated precision of professional killers, while their target was young, probably in his early 20s, wearing what looked like merchant's robes, though they were now torn and bloodied. He was holding his own surprisingly well, his movements suggesting at least some martial training, but it was clear he was outmatched. Rochin, Azure observed, noting the shimmer of energy around all 4 combatants. Though the 3 attackers appear to be at the late Tier 1 stage, while their target seems to have only broken through to Tier 1. I watched as the young merchant narrowly avoided a thrust that would have taken him through the throat, only to catch a kick to his ribs that sent him stumbling. He managed to turn the stumble into a roll, coming up with his sword still ready, but I could see he was tiring. Young Master Han. One of the attackers called out, his tone mockingly formal. Why make this difficult? Lord Zhou merely wishes to discuss some business matters with you. Lord Zhou can go himself. The young man spat back, though the effect was somewhat ruined by the blood trickling from his split lip. I know exactly what kind of discussion he has in mind. The speaker sighed. As you wish. We'll simply deliver your corpse then. I'm sure that will send an equally effective message to your father. What followed was brutal but efficient. 2 of the attackers drove young Master Han back with a series of coordinated strikes while the 3rd circled around behind him. The young merchant realized the trap too late. By the time he started to turn, a blade was already plunging toward his unprotected back. The sword took him just below the left shoulder blade, angled upward to pierce the lung. A killing blow, but one designed to be slow rather than quick. The young man's eyes widened in shock and pain as his legs gave out beneath him. Make sure he stays down, the leader ordered. But keep him breathing for now. Lord Zhou wanted him to have time to reflect on his choices. I watched as they withdrew their weapons and stepped back, leaving their victim gasping on the ground. They weren't even going to finish him properly. Just leave him there to slowly drown in his own blood while they watched. Charming. Master, Azure called out. His current state. Yeah. I nodded, already moving closer. Dying but not dead. And probably not too attached to his current situation either. I could feel it as I approached. The young man's soul was already starting to loosen its hold on his body, the shock and trauma creating exactly the kind of in-between state we'd been looking for. More importantly, I could sense something else. A fierce determination not to die here, not like this. Perfect. Chapter 140. Possession. I remember reading once that possession was supposed to feel like slipping into a warm bath. Whoever wrote that clearly had never actually possessed anyone, because let me tell you, it feels more like trying to squeeze into pants 3 sizes too small while simultaneously solving a complex puzzle blindfolded. In the dark, underwater, the initial contact was the strangest part. As I approached the young master's dying form, I could feel the resistance, not from him. He'd already given his consent, but from reality itself. It was like pushing against an invisible membrane that bent but wouldn't break. For a moment, I worried this would be another failed attempt. But then, pop, that's the best way I can describe it. One moment I was outside, the next I was in. The sensation was peculiar. Imagine suddenly having weight again after floating weightlessly, except multiply that by about 1,000 and add in the awareness of every single cell in your new body screaming in protest. This is different. I managed to think to Azure, trying to organize my thoughts through the chaos of new sensations. My body now, I suppose, felt both foreign and familiar at the same time, like wearing someone else's perfectly tailored clothes. Speaking of the body's original owner, I could sense the young master's soul. It had retreated deeper into his body, entering what felt like a hibernation state. Not gone, not merged with mine, just sleeping, which was probably for the best, considering the current situation. Master, Azure's voice cut through my contemplation. The body's condition is critical. The lung wound alone. It was then the pain hit me, really hit me. A sword through the lung isn't exactly a paper cut, and this body was letting me know exactly how unhappy it was about the situation. Each breath felt like swallowing broken glass, and the warm wetness spreading across my back suggested I was still losing blood at an alarming rate. I tried to move and immediately regretted it. My new body responded sluggishly, its muscles already growing weak from blood loss and shock. The stone beneath my cheek was cold, and I could taste copper in my mouth. Not great signs. Master, your healing options are limited. He was right. Without the Woodweaver rune inscribed in my inner world, I couldn't use my usual healing techniques. That left only one option, the Blue Sun's energy. But without a concealment rune specifically designed for it. Yeah, anyone familiar with Life Realm energy would be able to detect it. However, I glanced at the 3 mercenaries who were watching me slowly bleed out with professional detachment. I don't think staying dead is a better option. At least in this declining world, Azure added. It's unlikely anyone would recognize the energy signature. From what we've overheard, they haven't had a higher tier routine in centuries. The leader of the group was saying something, probably more threats or mockery, but I was already turning my attention inward, reaching for the Blue Sun's energy. The moment I called for it, I felt that familiar cool sensation, like drinking spring water on a hot day, but throughout my entire being. The vessel's green eyes flashed brilliant blue as the healing energy surged through the body. The sensation was intense. I could feel the torn flesh knitting back together, damaged blood vessels sealing themselves, even the punctured lung reinflating as the Blue Sun's energy worked its miracle. The pain didn't exactly go away, but it transformed, shifting from the sharp agony of a mortal wound to the deep ache of rapid healing. The mercenaries' reactions were everything I could have hoped for. Their expressions shifted from professional detachment to confusion to outright alarm as their victims' fatal wounds visibly closed before their eyes.
Impossible.
What in the name of the celestial sovereign? One of them muttered, taking an involuntary step back. I couldn't blame them for their shock. In a world where the ambient energy was so thin it could barely sustain cultivation, spontaneous healing probably seemed like something out of legend. The leader, however, was made of sterner stuff. He gestured to one of his subordinates, the one closest to my position. Don't just stand there gawking. Make sure he stays down this time. The mercenary nodded and stepped forward, blade raised. I could see his intent clearly. This wouldn't be another survivable wound. This time they'd separate my head from my shoulders and be done with it. Master, Azure's voice held a note of warning. Based on their energy signatures, these men are at what this world would call late Tier 1. My analysis suggests this is roughly equivalent to the 5th and 6th stages of Qi condensation. The one approaching appears to be closer to 5th stage. I did a quick assessment of my opponents. The one closest to me was indeed around the 5th stage equivalent, while his companion seemed slightly stronger. Their leader, however, radiated the kind of energy I associated with the 6th stage of Qi condensation. Not overwhelming, but in my current situation, we don't have most of your usual runes, Azure reminded me. No blink step for mobility. He was right. What I did have was the Aegis Mark for defense, Shroud to mask the Red Sun's energy, Soul Ward for... Well, that wouldn't help right now, Hawk's Eye for enhanced perception, and Leaf Storm for offense. Not my preferred loadout, but it would have to do. I waited until the mercenary was within striking distance, his blade starting its downward arc. Then I activated the Shroud rune, masking the Red Sun's energy that I was about to use. Immediately after, I triggered Leaf Storm. The result was beautiful in a terrible sort of way. Dozens of leaves, each sharp as a razor and propelled by spiritual energy, materialized around me in a swirling storm. Before the mercenary could process what he was seeing, the leaves shot forward like tiny guided missiles. The first few leaves he managed to deflect with his sword, showing impressive reflexes. But there were too many coming from too many angles. Several sliced through his throat while others found gaps in his defensive stance, targeting vital points with surgical precision. If you come across this story on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. He didn't even have time to scream. One moment he was advancing confidently, the next he was collapsing, eyes wide with shock as his lifeblood painted the alley walls with crimson patterns. I took no joy in the killing, I never did. But just as with the sun-touched I'd faced in the Two Suns world, survival sometimes required unpleasant choices. At least these deaths would be quick and relatively clean. The remaining mercenaries reacted with admirable professionalism to their comrade's death. The one Azure had identified as equivalent to late 5th stage Qi condensation circled to my left, while their leader, the 6th stage equivalent, moved right. Classic flanking maneuver, forcing me to divide my attention. I rose to my feet, immediately sensing something odd about this body's energy system. The pathways that carried Rookie were similar to the meridians I was used to, but not quite right. They felt rougher, less refined, like a child's crayon drawing compared to a master's brushwork. Fascinating, Azure commented. The entire system appears to be a degraded version of what we're familiar with. It's like looking at a copy of a copy, with each iteration losing some of the original's fidelity. I gave the sword in my hand an experimental twirl, trying to channel Rookie through the body to enhance my movements. The result was less than graceful. The energy moved sluggishly, resisting my attempts to direct it in the smooth patterns I was used to. I nearly dropped the weapon entirely when an attempted enhancement made my arm jerk awkwardly. You'll need time to adapt manipulating Rookie, Azure advised. He was right, and it looked like an opportunity to practice was right in front of me. Young Master Han. The leader's voice carried a new note of respect, though his blade remained steadily pointed at my heart. It seems we underestimated you. I didn't realize the Han family had such interesting techniques in their arsenal. I didn't bother responding. Instead, I activated Hawk's Eye, the rune's enhancement sharpening my perception to supernatural levels. Time seemed to slow as my awareness expanded, letting me track both opponents' minute muscle movements, predicting their attacks before they launched them. I then tried channeling Rookie again. This time, instead of forcing it into patterns that I was familiar with, I let the body's muscle memory guide me. The difference was immediate. Rather than trying to fill the crude channels completely, like pouring a gallon of water through a straw, I needed to work with their natural limitations. Small pulses of energy, timed with each movement, like a drummer finding the rhythm of an unfamiliar song. The two mercenaries came at me simultaneously, their coordination speaking of long practice fighting together. The leader's blade came in high while his companion attacked low, trying to catch me in a scissors motion that would be nearly impossible to defend against. Nearly impossible. I parried the leader's blade, this time successfully enhancing my arm strength with a quick pulse of Rookie. The timing was tricky, too early and the energy dissipated uselessly, too late and the enhancement came after I needed it. At the same time, I activated Leaf Storm again, creating a barrier of spinning leaves that forced his companion to abort his low attack or risk death by 1,000 cuts. The leaves pursued him, keeping him on the defensive while I focused on the more dangerous opponent and getting used to this strange energy. My first few attempts at Rookie-enhanced footwork were still clumsy, leading to several close calls and a shallow cut along my thigh. But by our 10th exchange, I was starting to find a workable pattern. Short bursts of Rookie time to key moments, the instant before blade contact, the push-off for a dodge, the split second when muscles needed that extra bit of power. The leader was good, a very good. His blade work flowing like water. Each strike led naturally into the next, forcing me to constantly adapt my newfound rhythm. But the Hawkeye rune let me see his attacks coming just far enough ahead to adjust. And with each exchange, my control over this body's strange energy system improved. His companion recovered from the initial leaf assault and rejoined the fight, forcing me to divide my attention. A strike slipped through my guard, opening a shallow cut along my ribs. Another caught my left arm, the blade biting deep enough to scrape bone. I retaliated with a combination of sword work and leaf storm, managing to drive them back momentarily. But without blink step, maintaining distance was proving difficult. Every exchange left me with new cuts and bruises, while they remained frustratingly unscathed. Time to change tactics. The next time they attacked, I deliberately left an opening in my defense. The weaker mercenary took the bait, lunging forward with his blade aimed at my apparently unprotected side. At the last possible moment, I twisted, letting his momentum carry him past me. My sword found his kidney while a concentrated burst of leaf storm opened his throat. But he wasn't done. Even dying, he managed to grab my sword arm, holding me in place for one crucial second. 1 second was all his leader needed. I saw the killing blow coming but couldn't move in time. The blade descended toward my neck in what seemed like slow motion, Hawkeye letting me appreciate every detail of my impending death. I tried to raise Aegis Mark, but I knew it wouldn't manifest quickly enough. That's when something unexpected happened. A green blur shot out from my body, a familiar vine that wrapped around the leader's sword arm with crushing force. YGGY. I had forgotten about my vine companion in the chaos of possession and combat. But YGGY hadn't forgotten about me. The vine squeezed, and I heard the distinct sound of bones breaking. The leader's sword clattered to the ground as YGGY continued constricting, wrapping around his torso and neck like a python. The mercenary leader tried to fight back, his eyes bulging as he channeled his Rookie to resist the crushing pressure. But YGGY was powered by the Red Sun energy. It wasn't something Rookie could compete with directly. The struggle was brief and decisive. When it was over, YGGY released its grip on the corpse, letting it fall to the ground with a thud, and turned to me, leaves rustling in what I recognized as its proud-of-itself gesture. I reached out to pat it affectionately. "Thanks, little friend. That was excellent timing." YGGY preened under the praise, though I noticed it kept a tendril wrapped loosely around my wrist, as if wanting to make sure I was really okay. The concern was touching, though at the moment I had bigger problems. The repeated use of Leaf Storm had nearly depleted my Red Sun energy reserves, and I was standing in an alley with 3 corpses and no idea what to do next. I didn't have access to this body's memories and had no way to ask the young master any questions while his soul was in hibernation. I had a feeling I'd need that information soon. Very soon, given the way events had been unfolding. That's when I felt it, a stirring in the back of my mind. The soul that had folded away from my intrusion was beginning to unfurl, like that same flower opening with the dawn. The young master was waking up, and he was not happy to find himself a passenger in his own body. The surge of panic and rage that I felt brush against my soul was impressive, even if it was ultimately futile. I could feel him trying to reassert control, pushing against my presence with all the strength his wounded soul could muster. Calm down, I projected the thought toward his consciousness. I'm not here to hurt you. In fact, I just saved your life. The mental equivalent of incoherent sputtering came back at me. I got fragments of thoughts, confusion about still being alive, fear about being possessed, worry about his sister and father, and a deep, burning hatred for someone named Joe. Look, I continued gently, I know this is weird. Trust me, it's weird for me too. But maybe we can help each other out. You clearly have enemies and I paused, considering how to explain my situation. I'm sort of stranded here. The panic began to subside, replaced by cautious curiosity. I could feel questions forming in his mind, though he hadn't quite figured out how to properly communicate them yet. It looked like he needed time to recover. Tell you what, I offered. Give me a little time to figure out how this whole body-sharing thing works, and then we can have a proper conversation. In the meantime, I promise not to do anything to harm you or your family. Deal? There was a long moment of consideration, then a reluctant sense of agreement. The sole equivalent of a handshake, I supposed. Then the young master's consciousness retreated slightly, not back into complete hibernation but into something more like a meditative state. Well, I murmured, this should be interesting. YGGY rustled its leaves in what might have been agreement, while Azure somehow managed to convey the spiritual equivalent of raising an eyebrow. Master, he said, I believe that might be the understatement of several lifetimes. Looking down at the 3 dead mercenaries, then at the blood staining my robes, I had to agree. Somehow, I had a feeling that this world-walking experience was going to be very different from my previous ones.